Come on.
There we
All
are.
right, and then I'm just gonna pin.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
Audios. Okay. The problem is with pinning that we can't see everyone. That should be. Let me,
We just can't see the chat. Oh, no, we can see it.
no, we can't see the chat. I just want to be able to see other people.
This one is not now, I mean.
Let me unpin it. No, it's. Oh,
Remove pin there.
No.
okay.
Should be fine, right?
Yeah, that's good. All right, Amber and Claudia, I've got you on co-host, so that way you can add people in.
Fabulous.
Okay.
We're ready to go. Fabulous. On time as well.
Okay, you got the mic?
Yeah. All right. In my bag. Back there. So it's the one Shakespeare and Company. Kaylin, which one controls the presentation?
The OS.
The laptop. My laptop.
Your laptop. That's great.
Question.
There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Accepted Society Symposium for 2026. It's so lovely to see you all back here. I am so excited to kick off day 2. Day 2 is really kind of going back to our roots of the symposium. When Katie first had the idea for the symposium, it was a space for us to share our research and to have a safe space to explore those ideas that maybe didn't feel quite ready for the rest of the space. But Michelle's just on it today. I'm day 2 and she's back at it. But what we are going to be focusing on in day 2 is creating that safe space again, not only in welcoming some of our members to present their research, but also in working with our incredible coaches, Polly and Kalia, who run our PH Done program. And they are going to do a fantastic workshop on debunking the perfect scholar. But day 2 is also probably a big celebration moment. It's a massive celebration of what it means to be a part of this community. We spoke yesterday a lot about the idea of a deeper commitment to lifelong learning and a deeper commitment to what it means to be a part of the space. And I think everyone here left yesterday just feeling so full of that excitement and so full of that hope that we get of being a part of the community, of being seen, of feeling like we belong in space, and that we can be who we want to be. So, big part of that is celebrating our Golden Scholar Award, which is very exciting. I'm going to get to it in a second. But what I want to do first is just do a quick day 1 recap. Don't worry, there won't be that many penguins today. Just one. I know, sorry guys, next time. But these are a couple of things that really stood out to me from day 1, from our 2 panel discussions that we had, from Kaylin's incredible keynote, and my finalizing or my closing note at the end of the day. Make education sexy again, of course. Why not?
Sorry, I'm just gonna try
I'll
to put
just
it
wait.
in. I'm just gonna try to put this on presenter mode because it's a little hard to see.
Fabulous.
Why is that blocking off something? Let me just.
One moment, ladies and
Is that-
gentlemen.
Is that good? We good now? I can't really zoom out here.
Oh,
I think it's.
there
There
we
we
go.
There we go.
All
Sorry, guys.
right. So Caitlin's phenomenal little catchphrase from yesterday, make education sexy again. The idea that if we want to preserve academia, if we want to preserve education, we need to be the voices of that change. We need to put ourselves out there. We need to stop holding ourselves back. And for those that were in the breakfast this morning, I'm hoping you're keeping in mind that little prompt that I made you think about what is holding you back from achieving the perfect 5-year vision of yourself. Something from our first panelist, the subjectivity and objectivity are not binary, both the self and the discourse that are part of the process. This idea of bringing yourself into academia is a big part of bringing your own experiences to the forefront, but it also means engaging in your own biases, looking on your own impact on the work and on the scholarship. And something that really stood out to me with the second panel, learning requires us to trust ourselves. It was something that Laura, Jo, Hannah, and Susan all agreed on. That final question, I think, was it Tim who asked it? Can't remember. But that final question on what would you say to yourself, to yourself if you could go back? Trusting ourselves and starting a little earlier than anticipated. And then our penguin journey, which ultimately comes to the conclusion of the power that you have is to choose what academia means and how that can come into its own fruition, how that can be perceived. And that power in choice is so incredible, and it gives you the courage to turn away from the colony, turn away from the meaningless existence. So, on to a very, very exciting celebration, our Golden Scholar Award. Yes, it's you guys. Our Golden Scholar Award was, again, the brainchild of Katie. Like the Symposium, the Golden Scholar was a way for us to celebrate a member in the community who embodied what it means to be a part of this phenomenal community. It's someone who shows up for others. It's someone who embodies those values. It's someone who is passionate about their scholarship. And it is someone who has a deep, deep commitment to what it means to be a part of an intellectual community. And our Golden Scholar this year got some incredible nominations from the community. This is the second time that they have been nominated for this award. So they were nominated last year. They will be winning it this year. But some of the feedback that I just wanted to share was that this person started multiple groups and is an avid member of many. And for the short amount of time that I have been and accepted, they have hosted various co-working sessions, some fun sessions, offered clear advice, and been a supportive person for anyone who needs it. This person truly embodies the idea that you get out of this community what you put in. And so, big thank you to Paper Republic for giving us the Golden Scholar Award in the form of a journal. You all can have a look a little bit later, but it is a custom Paper Republic journal. Very exciting. Thank you, Paper Republic. But without further ado, it is my absolute honor and privilege to award the Golden Scholar for 2026 to Christy Strange.
Because I need another journal.
Yes, you do.
There's no stopping, right?
No stopping you. I'm going to give you
Thanks.
that and this as well.
Thanks. And can you tell me how to, like,
Oh, yeah, you just press it. You
That
just
one.
press on that, yeah.
also, I'm not already emotional. I have really sensitive eyes, but I'm sure that this will come in handy.
I apologize for this in advance. Go for it.
That's what you get as a Golden Scholar.
Over to you, Christy.
Right.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh,
Record, damn it. Or not,
Really?
it's fine, whatever.
Is it
We'll make
doing
it
what it
work.
needs to do?
It's not, but whatever.
Right. So I'm not just standing here with a computer to be about like, oh yeah, Golden Scholar Award. I am presenting a keynote to you all in receipt of this award, but let me hold on, my laptop needs to come together. I am going to be reading because, as many of you know, I'm very tired. So I apologize in advance, but I will try to be as engaging as I'm reading.
shots do you have?
Only 3. I know, I'm literally dying. So when well, okay, first of all, thank you, Kate, for the generous words, and everyone here at Accepted, be that here in this room or joining us online. I absolutely love existing in this space together, and I'm so grateful that I found this community nearly 4.5 years ago now. To be able to show up as I am and to have been met with nothing but continued compassion, care, support, and to be so incredibly inspired by all of you every single day is honestly the greatest honor. Being part of this community has been life-changing for me. Not even through the first paragraph. I practiced this so often too to try to control this, but you've all brought hope back into my life. So I just want to thank you all from the absolute depths of my heart. Thank you, each and every one of you. So when I was first asked if I would be willing to present a keynote to you all, part of me was going, you know, you could give the award to somebody else. Because I thought to myself, I wasn't really sure what I was going to talk about, because I'm not going to stand in front of you all today and speak about myself. I will provide some contextual background that I think is worth sharing. But the more that I reflected on the Golden Scholar Award, the more that I came back to this idea that a scholar does not exist in the singular. We are shaped by the company that we keep. And you have all shaped me into who I am and continue to do so every day, with every interaction, no matter how big or small. And that is the joy of community. It's not increased pressures or anxiety from these interactions. That's the opposite of what I'm hoping to communicate with you today. But interaction does matter, and how we interact makes a difference. Every moment we spend together, truly present in each other's company, is full of possibilities and potentialities. Connection through community is how we make space for change. And I'm extremely grateful for how you are all shaping me. And I hope that by showing up in this community in the ways that I do, I might have even the smallest of impact on your lives in a positive way that helps shape you too, so that we can continue to shape each other into better people for a better and more caring world. And to begin, I want to set the tone of this keynote with an epigraph by Plato, one that I find myself constantly returning to, and which I feel resonates with the values upheld and inspired here at Accepted. No, nope, nope, not me. There we go. Plato says, the soul takes nothing with her to the next world except her education and her culture. All of us here in this space, either in the room or joining online, are here because we believe in the value of education, and that is the importance of learning. But we cannot leave culture behind in this pursuit of knowledge. After all, culture is the foundation that supports the framework of our ontological experiences. It is at the heart of who we are and who we choose to become. And culture is community-based. Culture does not exist in a silo. The Cambridge Dictionary defines culture as a way of life, shared through customs and beliefs between particular groups of people within society. I like to think of accepted as a return to embracing a culture of diversity, inclusion, and acceptance for everybody and anybody who believes that learning is not simply something we can do or achieve, but fundamentally a way of being together. But the importance of fostering a collective culture of learning has been sorely neglected, to the extent that an epidemic has been silently spreading viciously amongst scholars for years. It goes by the name of loneliness. So I ask you all to be a little bit vulnerable for a moment, and by a show of hands, who here, as well as online, you can use the emoji, who here has felt lonely at some point in their educational journey? Keep your hands up, look around. Go on, actively look at each other, witness each other. Put your hands down.
And back up.
When loneliness inevitably creeps in again at some point in the future, whether that's in a week's time or in a decade, I want you to remember this moment of witnessing. Remember that you are not alone. We'll get there. Today's studies have shown that an estimated 30 to 40% of university students experience moderate to moderately high levels of loneliness, with international and mature students at greater risk. And as you will have seen demonstrated in this room, everybody raised their hands. So this is a low estimate, I believe. For many, when we first set foot on campus as college or undergraduate students, we are also stepping into a new landscape. For many of us, we've left home for the first time. And as much as we may have eagerly anticipated the moment in our angsty teenage years, the reality hits different. As mature students, returning to families and homes rather than residential halls or student-centered neighborhoods, we long for engagement, but wonder whether we can begin again, to follow curiosity in a world that demands careerism. An international student enters a lecture hall and quietly scans space for familiarity, for belonging. Without realizing, loneliness crossed the threshold with us. And I'd bet that for many of us, loneliness settled in and unpacked its bags when COVID stormed through our lives like a silent hurricane. In 2020, I was in the latter half of my master's program at the University of Stirling. After 3 years of living in Scotland, having spent most of my time in tears because of how lonely and homesick I felt, and with no way to return to university due to international student costs, I was finally studying again due to family support, scholarships, and an indomitable spirit that I'd do whatever it took to make it work. I had spent 3 years yearning for the community campuses offered, and as a mature student studying full-time, commuting over 2 hours to and from campus, working part-time, and dealing with the invisible struggles of a chronic illness while I waited for life-changing surgery, I was nevertheless unwavering about making the most of the experience I had waited so long for. Then, within only a few months, it all came to a screeching halt. Loneliness gave a knowing nod in greeting and settled back in. But this time, I had my research with me. I've never been able to get through practice without crying at this moment, so bear with me. And I made a promise to myself that I would hold fast to its company. And I did. After graduating with a MLit in the Gothic imagination, I pursued my research as an independent scholar. It was at this stage of life that I found accepted. I was 2 years post-masters and working a job that I absolutely loved as a children and families worker in my community, but I felt loneliness growing restless too. It was easy for research to slip further and further down my list of priorities, but I remembered the promise that I had made to myself, and I needed to hold myself accountable. So in preparation for this keynote, I went back and I looked at the Instagram post I uploaded on the day that I joined Accepted, the 21st of January, 2022. In the caption of that post, I wrote, I'm hoping this community will help motivate and keep me accountable with my independent research, including articles, conference papers, and lectures. Very specific. I'm very excited to be a part of Accepted Society and engage with like-minded individuals around the world. Essentially, I joined Accepted for me, but I stayed because of you. So what exactly makes Accepted Society special? Especially as we begin to see, and gratefully so, more community practices for the intellectually curious emerge, especially online. First and foremost, Accepted is a space where learning is embodied as a shared experience rather than just an intellectual mindset. In order for us to grow and develop as researchers, we must open ourselves to diverse ways of experiencing the world, to challenge the epistemological frameworks conditioned in our fields, and to question the authorities that have controlled an insulated narrative for so long. By sharing, we actively challenge gatekeeping practices and support and uplift one another as community rather than in competition. The only way that we can challenge the competitive narrative so inherent in academia is by sharing our knowledge with each other, whether that's specialist expertise, helping structure an academic CV, or resources and opportunities. No matter your background, Accepted is a hand reaching out in place of a lock. It is a diverse, inclusive, and interdisciplinary space that celebrates everyone's unique journey and experiences. And it is a chance for you to grow, gently encouraging confidence and thus strengthening your resilience. Take advantage of the opportunities in this community. Don't just sit idly by, participate. The Academy that we mentioned yesterday is a way of this, providing an opportunity for you to share your passion and expertise with a wider audience, inspiring engagement and curiosity, while simultaneously providing you with a chance to enhance your professional development through teaching experience. And this is something that you can then bring to your CV. I just did this week when I was applying for a job. Lead workshops and be part of the active dismantling of the gates that hold others back. Your knowledge and expertise are valuable and worth sharing. But fundamentally, Accepted is a community that fosters lasting connections and friendships that exist beyond membership. It is an active practice of interrelationality in a society resolved to keep us divided. Sartre famously declared that hell is other people, which we may relate to occasionally, especially in this heat. But as I see it, hell is when we think of people as the other. In a fantastic article titled "We Don't Exist Without Each Other," which I will be sure to share and link in Circle for anybody interested in reading it, I do really recommend it. Bagley identifies how the narrative of the hero, dating back to the epics, has instilled in humanity an ideological obsession with individualism and dominance. That is, competition amongst people. It is a narrative designed for the singular success of a particular person, typically a man who must prove his worth through sacrifice, valor, violence, to conquer the foe and be recognized for his efforts by producing an individual legacy. But none of us are heroes. And that's sort of the point. Communities don't need a hero. What they need is collective resilience. And the way you build and strengthen resilience is by showing up for each other, time and time again, even when it's hard, even when you're tired. Community is not about legacy. It is not static or fixed in time, the story already written. Community is contemporary in its temporality. It exists fundamentally in the ever-shaping present. Community thus demands presence and action to rewrite narratives of heroism into stories of reciprocal belonging. And it is through creating these spaces of belonging that we find the antidote to loneliness. As Bagley notes, there are two prerequisites to establishing a sense of belonging. One, frequent positive interactions with the same individuals, and engagement, and two, engagement in these interactions within a framework of long-term, stable care and concern. In other words, we need safe communities to return to come together, to regularly connect in order to learn and grow together with compassion and empathy. I believe, or rather I know, that Accepted is such a space. And I remember questioning myself at the beginning, especially with financial pressures. I wondered whether the investment was worthwhile for me. But it has honestly been one of the best decisions I've ever made. If the future of academia looks like the values that accepted society embodies, then there is hope yet for positive, transformative, and holistic change. And that is because of all of you. The community is truly a catalyst for change. So we must reimagine what community looks like in scholarly spaces in ways that challenge the norm. Stop trying to save the ivory tower. It was never built for us to begin with. It's never been accessible. The ivory tower is neither desirable nor sexy. It's a critique of the institution. It is the epitome of an isolated, insulated scholar out of touch with the world around them. But that's not what an intellectual life needs to be. So, go touch some grass instead. Go hug a tree. I mean it. Go sit outside. Feel the grass between your toes, the soil under your feet. Listen to birdsong, the sound of wind through the leaves, because connection doesn't stop at human. We exist in community all the time, and we must connect beyond ourselves to the environment that we find ourselves within. Because, as Bagley said, we don't exist without each other. It's time to return to the act of conversation, to let go of our egos and stop getting it all wrong in the pursuit of being right. As the public intellectual Said explains, knowing how to use language well and knowing when to intervene in language are two essential features of intellectual action. If we are not communicating with one another, we are not acting, only doing. It is up to us to communicate the change we want to see, but crucially, we must remain open to being changed in the process too. And I believe Accepted Society is an excellent example of community as change, curating a culture of lifelong shared learning where we can walk this path together, knowing we're not alone. So in conclusion, I just want to remind you all that this is a very big thank you. It's lovely to be celebrated, but I would like to turn this all on you and recognize the fact that I do not exist in a singularity. I am here because of all of you, and I am so grateful for the recognition that you have provided. But I want to remember that me standing here is a reflection of how you show up in this community too. So thank you. Oh,
I need you.
oh yeah. You need me.
I need your back though. There you are.
Got it. Thank you.
You're okay?
Yeah, good.
You hear from you in a second.
Yeah. There's nothing but me today.
Oh, man. Oh, Christy, thank you for those incredible words. I think it's one thing to hear them from Kaylin and myself, but actually it's another thing to hear them from a member of the community, someone who's been with us for a really, really long time. And someone that I remember from when I joined years ago as well. And so thank you for being part of this community and showing up just as you are and being that light. So thank you so much. All right, well, now we are going to move on to our 3-minute thesis presentations. This is something really, really exciting. The idea behind it obviously being that our community gives the opportunity to share their research, and hopefully it will inspire you to participate in the 3-minute thesis next year. I know it's been very transformative for some of our members to have this opportunity. So without further ado, I am going to invite Ezra as our first 3-minute thesis presenter. Now, I'll probably just I'm going to sit here if that's okay.
Oh, yes,
because I'm going to be a bit strict on time.
Please cut me off, honestly. Just
Oh yeah, I'll guide it for you. Don't worry.
perfect.
Oh,
Okay. Make education sexy again. Let's talk about sex work.
yes.
So imagine you've just bought this colony, you want to make it a very good financial harbor, and you just want to make the actual amazing economic success. And suddenly, 2/3 of your troops are afflicted with venereal diseases, and there's more registered brothels than private houses. What do? Clearly, it calls for an ordinance. The British Empire in Hong Kong in the late 19th century decided to be the first colony to legalize prostitution through the so-called Contagious Diseases Ordinances. The first one being initiated in 1857, 10 years later it got updated. And essentially what it did was it put a regulationist system on sex work. What does that mean? So my thesis identified 4 pillars of this ordinance and how it regulated sex work. The first one being public health and colonial gynecology, colonial medicine. Because the core part of these ordinances was that the sex workers that were registered with the colonial government had to submit to weekly gynecological examinations. Second, urban segregation. This came in 2 forms. Firstly, the sex workers that were registered were put into 2 groups. The first one were brothels for the usage of Chinese only. The other one being brothels for foreigners. Only the second group had to submit to these weekly examinations that I just talked about. And the brothels themselves were also spatially segregated in the city of Hong Kong, therefore shaping the urban outline of the city. And it also necessitated the building of so-called lock hospitals. Because if in these examinations, the sex workers were found to be diseased, they were detained in hospitals, these lock hospitals, for up to 3 weeks. The third one is reproductive labor, which I think is very central since it's a very gendered endeavor and is also very much tied to capitalism and also what I think a patriarchal masculinist economy is. And the last one being human trafficking and servitude, because constantly, even though it was in theory purely a public health initiative, it was also frequently argued that it was beneficial to undercut indentured servitude, slavery, and human trafficking that was going on in Hong Kong, but also in the British Empire at large, and of course, in mainland China at that time. That is all fair and well, but like what is actually the core of my research and what I'm most passionate about is asking who was the colonial prostitute in an ontological sense. Because all we can find in the current research and also in the ordinance itself is a definition: any woman of age residing in a brothel registered with the colonial government, which is both incorrect and insufficient. So the natural point of view would be to go about, if you want to do feminist historiography, look at Western feminist theories, such as doing gender, performativity, or intersectionality. But I thought Hong Kong being a hybrid space of the Chinese population making up more than 90% of Hong Kongers, and also me coming from Chinese history, I wanted to introduce ideas of Chinese feminist theory, specifically the concept of non-new by religion, to the discourse. Yeah.
Finish your thought and then we can stop.
Yeah. So to sum it up, my research question is: how was prostitution performed and policed in colonial Hong Kong under the Contagious Disease Ordinances, using both Western and Chinese feminist theory to establish a new discourse and historiography in our understanding of prostitution? Thank you.
Much harder than it looks, guys. Let's see. Akua, are you with us? Yes, amazing. I am going to pin you to the screen here. Hi, welcome, Akua. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. I'm very excited. All right. I am going to shift over to your slide there. And whenever you're ready, kick off.
All right. I think I'm ready to go.
Great.
All right. Well, we spend over 1/3 of our lives at work. So obviously work matters. And at work, we meet both formal and informal leaders, and they shape our experiences. After working with leaders, they would leave coaching sessions saying, I know exactly what I need to do. I need to have that difficult conversation and I'm prepared. But Monday morning comes around and they show up and do the exact opposite. They continue to allow that person to engage with other people in a team that negatively impacts everybody. So I've watched the same person become completely different leaders in different situations. Why does this happen? How do leaders make sense of who they are in particular contexts and what happens because of it? Leadership isn't static because people aren't static. And leadership behaviors and decision-making shape our workplaces. To help answer this, I'm conducting pilot interviews. Because before we can build theories or experiments, we first need to understand how leaders themselves describe these experiences. How leaders make sense of themselves shapes how they behave, the decisions they make, and ultimately, how other people experience work. That one leader deciding not to have an important conversation can shift what's acceptable on their team, and not necessarily for the better. We all have to work. Why not create spaces where people actually want to be, and for the most part, are excited and happy to contribute? Organizations don't make decisions, people do. Businesses don't behave, people do. So as you think about the next 40 hours you will spend working next week, I invite you to reflect on the stories, because the stories we tell ourselves impact the decisions we make and ultimately shape how we behave. Thank you.
That was amazing. You did that in 2 minutes. You had a whole extra minute to go. Thank you so much. Thank you for your phenomenal presentation. I'm gonna invite Christy up next.
I'm just gonna thank the university.
Yeah,
to start.
Go ahead. I won't time you.
Thank you. Just before I begin, I have to do a very conventional thing here and thank the University of Westminster for its generous funding in helping me attend and present my research to you all today. But without further ado, let's begin. You are here and you are haunted. See the hurricanes? These are the ghosts of our histories returning to haunt us, to shake the foundations of this planet we all call home. But these ghosts do not arrive alone, because we are already ghosts too. Each and every one of us. We are not only haunted by the climate crisis, but also active participants. We exist hauntingly. In my doctoral thesis, I present an ecofeminist exploration of the intersections between the Gothic and the ecological crisis in women's speculative fiction, arguing that these narratives highlight a haunting encounter in the planetary home and reimagine relational ontologies between humans and more than humans through shared experiences of eco-grief. Significantly, I examine contemporary genre fiction through texts that span genres, including climate fiction, science fiction, dystopian, and even dark academia, to demonstrate how women writers, especially those with an academic background, use genre as an active means of reimagining the darker epistemologies of our relationship with nature as a haunted collective home through creative storytelling. In doing so, these writers challenge dominant frameworks of androcentric narratives. Crucially, I argue that women writers do not engage in the tradition of ecophobia, that is, the representation of nature as threatening and vengeful, but rather fear and anxiety haunts these stories in the spectral consequences of the Anthropocene made real. We fear what we have become. Through the contradictory yet complementary method of traditional hermeneutics, that is, the textual interpretation and criticism in relation to historiosity and political sociocultural context, and its opposite, post-critical reading, which focuses on embodied experiences of affect, I consider things such as aesthetics in the Gothic as a mode, and how narratives become spaces for feeling and experience of being haunted. But stories can't save the world, can they? Well, in a way, stories fundamentally got us into this mess. The mindset of singularity, heroism, and domination was born of stories such as epics, the oral traditions that shifted to tales of heteropatriarchal idealisms, laying the foundations for the cutthroat capitalistic society that we find ourselves in today. So in order to reimagine a new way of being, we must return to the stories we have told, because the stories we tell matter. They become our truths. And in order to find new paths forward, we cannot keep doing the same thing. We must inspire people to feel again. And genre fiction is a space filled with the potential for connection, impact, and reach. So when I ask why it matters, look again at the image before you. The question is not who I am, but where I am in all of our spectrality. How do you want to haunt the world? How do you want the world to grieve for all of its past, presents, and futures? Thank you.
Right, everyone, we're actually running quite a bit ahead of time. So I thought I'd pause there after the first three speakers and ask from this audience or from those online if there is anyone, a ghost penguin. Ask if anyone has any questions for Ezra, Akua, and Christy. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here. I do apologize.
I can get both those. Read my thesis in a couple of years. What to? Michelle put that up too. And Claudia. Oh, great. Okay, I'll work on it.
Does anyone have any questions for any of our presenters? Susan, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question was for Ezra. Like, I find the research really interesting, and I wonder, as a historian, like how she's going about finding who these people are. Like what are the sources she's looking at and stuff.
Thank you, Susan. It's actually a really good question. So my sources are actually like twofold. So one, I have all the archival records produced by the British government or like the British colonial government. So those are mostly lots and lots of kind of like detailed reports, mostly by the surgeons, but also court records. There's also a lot of statistics by the Registrar General, but also really interested in the sources that was produced by the Chinese community themselves. So mostly I'm trying to find like first-hand accounts by sex workers, which is kind of hard, but like there's lots of transaction protocols by the brothel keepers. There's Chinese rescue organizations that have left behind annual reports. And they've also kept a very detailed record of every sex worker they rescued. And up to like 10, 20 years later after I rescued her, what her life has been. So those are mostly the sources I'm looking at, hoping to find more. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Shia, I believe you're next.
My question is for Christy, and it mainly has to do with when you publish, are you going to be publishing like the list of all the books you read so that the rest of us can go and read them too? Because I'm so interested in the intersectionality of your thesis. It's so interesting and so important. And so, is there going to be a reading list, or like, can you provide us with a reading list of like even just like the top 10 books?
Yeah, I can give you quite a few top ones. But also a little plug for myself here. I do have a lecture online about climate fiction and the Gothic, and if I remember correctly, there are some example of texts that I give there, especially the canon texts, if you will. But again, the types of texts that I engage with are specifically those focusing on an ecofeminist perspective. And so they're a little bit more niche, and the work that I do specifically is looking at text from 2021 onward. So it's very, very recent. And I am happy to share many. I mean, a lot of you have heard me already talk about them in book club because it's all I ever read. But yeah, and also I know that there are things upcoming where there may be courses coming your way. If you're interested in learning more about eco-Gothic, climate fiction, that sort of thing, then keep your eye out for that.
We've got exciting development.
Watch this space.
Watch the space.
Awesome.
Also, thanks, Shia.
I also just want to echo Clara's comment. If like everyone that's giving their like if anyone has any books and recommended sources on their topic that they really recommend to beginners, that would be really great for the community because we're all really interested in this stuff and like really interested in your research, and we'd love to read little bits and pieces about it while we wait for your dissertations to come out, because I think a lot of us really want to read those dissertations.
Amazing. Thank you, Shia. Marie.
Hi, y'all. Good morning. My God, I sound so Southern on these things. Anyway, I'm in Mississippi. It's hot here. Anyway, so I have a question for Akua. In your research, are you looking into anything? Because in the workspaces I'm in, we lean in a lot to like DISC and Myers-Briggs and things like that. Are you using any of that? Or are you kind to like disprove like sometimes that stuff just does not work with the leadership standpoints? Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. That's a really great question. And I will say, I try to mention pilot in my my little spiel because I am very much at the beginning. But one thing I am considering is including potentially like a sort of a questionnaire, like a pre-questionnaire where I ask people if they're aware of their results, because I think that also primes people to show up in a particular way. So I am also quite fascinated by assessments. And so I actually I'm a practitioner, so I do like leadership coaching and leadership facilitation. And I've seen firsthand how powerful in a problematic way they can be, and actually how weaponized they can be as well. But yeah, I do think, unfortunately, they have an impact and that a lot of them are actually misused. If people even knew the history of some of them, they would be shocked, right? So a lot of them come out of trying to find good men from war. They come out of racism. They come out of trying to exclude versus trying to truly support people with how they show up and how they interact. So yeah, personally, I have a very complex relationship with them. But in my space, it's something that continues to be used, but I think they're actually misused. But long story short, yes, I probably will consider it somehow as I'm going through and trying to figure out how to actually capture how leaders talk about this.
Thank you so much.
Rosalind, please go ahead.
So I wanted to ask Christy, because you're talking about Gothic fiction from an ecofeminist lens. As an author, you talk about stories and how narratives really shape culture, which is what I think for a long time I was like wondering, how do I describe myself? Because I was thinking about all I want to do is talk about politics, but more the imagination of politics and history, and like the stories that we tell from the past that shape the present moment. For example, one of my stories focuses a lot on like the idealism of the Middle Ages and Catholicism, and how it impacts young people today in the 21st century, following to teenagers who are very, to be put it bluntly, they're quite arrogant, but they think they know everything, as all teenagers do. And they think they're more religious and traditional than their families, who are just what we call normal Catholics or Orthodox Christians. But they're so traditional, and they're so radical, and they're so this and that, and they're trying to build like an imagination based on something that doesn't actually exist, or is a very selective reckoning of history, which can really fall into what you're talking about with imagination, but more of a religious imagination, not so much focused on the environment. But I think all of this relates inherently in storytelling. So I just wanted to say that I was really inspired by how you describe something that I'm trying to do in my own work as an author, and that it really put a lot of my ideas into words.
Well, I'm very glad that gave some idea of how to position yourself within the context of bringing those thematics forward in your writing. Because the thing is with literature, it is so, like the critique is at the crux of it. You cannot really explore, you cannot be a researcher within literature without engaging with the critical acts of suspicion in terms of looking for those gaps and what is this person saying that I don't agree with. And I mean, my research falls into this too in terms of challenging that ecophobic narrative. But when I was applying these ideas to methodologies, I kept running up against walls because I thought I'm looking more for a embodied experience that occurs through our active engagement with stories and how authors do make that conscious choice in terms of how they are writing, in what styles they're writing, what genres they're writing in, and that all of the texts that I look at, I describe them as genre fiction because that is the way to describe it in order for people to understand what I mean. However, each novel that I have selected is genre bending in that they don't just touch on one genre. And so these interdisciplinary aspects, as you were saying, with all these contexts that you're trying to work into your text, specifically within, for yourself, you're talking about religion. Again, religion does play, ironically enough, a big part in my research and is something that I'm actually actively writing a chapter on in relation to the sublime, because how religion has developed, especially in relation to Christianity, and this idea of that heroic singular entity that is the savior of all, has also enabled a practice of exploitation on the environment around us in, you know, sort of biblical narratives of God giving humanity all of everything on earth and you are the ruler of it and you have access to everything. That is a way of reinforcing a narrative of being able to continuously exploit the environment to the detriment of the environment. And that's what that ecofeminist perspective is bringing onto the table, is saying that it's not the environment that is terrifying. It is the fact that we are continuously applying toxic ideologies of dominance, which can come through structures such as those, as you were saying, where again, younger generations fall back on traditions when we're uncertain, when we don't know where else to go. And so the youth of today, I think, is in a particularly vulnerable position because they are part of a generation that has the most uncertainty in, like, compared to what we experienced as young people. I wouldn't want to be a teenager today. So they have the opportunity to reimagine things, but we need to be able to support that through the stories that we are telling them.
Thanks, Christy. Amazing. Any questions from the room before we move on? Going once, going twice, gone. Great. All right, so next I would like to invite Brittany for her 3-minute thesis presentation. I am not off script, so I apologize. Whenever you're ready. All right, I'm ready. You ready? Yep. Oh, maybe I should move off away. Okay. So, how do you think of the idea of race? Or how old do you think the idea of race is? Most of us picture the Enlightenment of the 1600s, scientists measuring skulls, inventing biological categories to rank people. That's the story that we're told. I argue that it starts way before then. My presentation today asks a simpler question, but with a much longer history. How did Christian theology come to read a dark body as a sign of moral and spiritual deficiency, centuries before anyone had a biological theory of race? I began to answer this by trying to figure out how early Christian writers talked about Black people. Soon I realized they weren't merely describing Black bodies, they were using them inside of a system of biblical interpretation. So the real question became,
How did Christian thought make those ideas stick? Critical race scholarship has started to show that race making supersedes biological categories. Modernity inherited a toolkit of allegory and moral philosophy and dressed it in scientific language. But still, something's missing. The mechanism that makes all of this possible, what I argue in my thesis, what made darkness and light feel like facts about the universe? For me, that answer is St. Augustine of Hippo, a 5th century North African bishop who takes Neoplatonic frameworks and fuses them with Greco-Roman theories during the advent of Christianity. In a nutshell, Greco-Roman climatic theory blames the environment. They believe that climate shaped and governed people's characters and physical characteristics. The Ethiopians' dark skin was attributed to being too close to the sun and gave them certain improper behavioral characteristics, such as being hot-tempered and over-sexual. Neoplatonism organized beings into a hierarchy descended from an all-perfect source. The closer you were to the source, the more complete and radiant you were seen, and then the further away you were, the more deficient and more dark. Augustine wheels these theories together, Christianizes Neoplatonism and climatic theory to envision the all-perfect source as God, and then grafts on the climatic tradition's habit of reading dark bodies as sign of distance and extremity. Augustine didn't invent racism. That's not what I'm trying to argue here. He had no concept of it. But by fusing an environmental theory that already read dark bodies as morally significant with the metaphysics that made darkness a fact about being, he built for future readers a theological home. One that when they later met the economic reality of African slavery, made a racial reading of dark bodies feel less like prejudice and more like the natural order of things. Race isn't nearly as modern as we think it is. And the understanding has deep roots, and that is the key to understanding everything that grows from it. Thank you.
3 minutes on the dot. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Thank you, Brittany. Scott, you're up next.
Oh, that's not distracting at all. Yes.
Didn't have a slide.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go with that. Imagine a world where it's as easy as walking across the US-Mexico border as it is to walk through the Schengen zone today. The reality is that's what most of the history of the border was like up until the 1920s. You didn't need a passport, you just walked across. In fact, the US government had one person responsible for monitoring the border between the Pacific Ocean and Texas. That's one dude on foot trying to monitor 700 miles of border. Now, I live on the US-Mexico border. I live in San Diego, California, right across from Tijuana, Mexico. And let me tell you, it is not that easy anymore. So one day when I was stuck in traffic, 3 hours of it, trying to get across the border, I wondered, who made these decisions? Why do we have this system here with walls and checkpoints and an army of bureaucrats? As I dug in, I found that most of that infrastructure was built between 1929 and 1937. It sounds really precise, but in that 8-year period, we went from an open border to something that looks a lot like it is today. And as for why, the dominant explanation in the historiography is actually economic. Most historians argue the US was motivated by the Great Depression to exclude Mexican labor and try to protect US jobs. Racism played a not so small part. But I noticed that most of the sources historians were using were from Texas. When I started digging into bilingual sources in the US and Mexico and San Diego and Tijuana, I found two things that challenged that historiography. First, the reasons for building out the border in San Diego were mostly moral. Tijuana in the 1920s was Vegas before Vegas. It was a place where you could get forms of entertainment that were illegal in the US at the time. You could drink, gamble, bet on horses. Moral authorities hated this. And so the buildup of the border in the US was much more about keeping Americans in than keeping Mexicans out. Second, most American historians ignore what's happening in Mexico just a couple meters across the border. And in fact, the Mexican government was engaged in a project of building up the border in Tijuana that was even faster than what was being developed in the US. Tijuana had gotten to be very politically independent, and Mexico City wanted to use the border to make it closer to the central government and keep it out of the US's hands. Mexico had agency in this process. It wasn't just a victim of a US border policy. So I think we live with the consequences of these decisions today. First of all, the highly moralized language we use to talk about migrants and drugs is a direct echo of the language used to talk about drinking and gambling in the 1920s. Second, you realize that the border that we have today with its walls and its bureaucrats is a relatively recent historical development. It's less than 100 years old, and that gives me hope that we can work to change it. Thank you.
Yes. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right. Raja, are you with us? Yes. Amazing. I'm just going to pin you. Just give me a second. All right, Raja, you are up and ready whenever you are.
Okay, so in the 20th century, nuclear weapons changed the character of war. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world entered the nuclear age. The United States enjoyed a brief atomic monopoly, but soon other powers developed their own nuclear weapons. In response, states built not only arms control regimes to limit proliferation, but also sophisticated defense systems to survive a possible nuclear attack. One example is the American Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD, shown in the lower left of the slide. It costs $1 billion and is designed to intercept incoming ballistic missiles, including those that may carry nuclear warheads. But here's the striking part. In the recent conflict in the Middle East, March 2026, this highly sophisticated system was targeted and severely damaged by much cheaper weapons. Mass-producible kamikaze drones costing roughly $20,000 each, shown in the upper right of the slide. This contrast is the starting point of my research. Lethal autonomous weapon systems, or LAWS, are weapons that combine military force with artificial intelligence and autonomous decision-making. They can identify, track, and potentially attack targets with limited human intervention. My research centers on LAWS and their impact on international security because new military realities require new ideas and frameworks to understand them. I ask how these weapons are changing the logic of warfare, how they affect the meaning of peace, and how fragile that peace may become when military power is cheaper, faster, and increasingly automated. To answer this, I first collect and critically analyze publicly available data and case studies of how these weapons have been used so far. And second, I examine the rhetoric surrounding the push for AI-based weapons in order to uncover the ideology behind it. In the case of the United States, one of my case studies, I argue that this ideology is rooted in Western cultural superiority, racial hierarchy, and the long-standing pursuit of military dominance. My research seeks to offer a thoughtful challenge to the idea that the push for AI weapons is separate from the geopolitical ambitions of world powers. Instead, I argue that the race to develop AI-powered weapons is the new clothing of an old foreign policy, which is to maintain a uniquely powerful position for Washington in the international system through military superiority. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Last but not least, we have Grace. Sorry, one moment. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
So
what would you do? What would you do if you worked directly for a CEO of a company and were involved in the biggest scandal in the company's history, went to prison, and wanted to have a career after your imprisonment? I am situating my work within the historical field of American media, politics, and culture. By looking at the Watergate scandal in relation to President Nixon and his executive staff, I'm hoping to uncover more of the lingering effects from this period that has not been studied in detail before. So my thesis is, what happens to the careers of high-level executive staff after they have been imprisoned for their role in a political scandal? How did these executives repair their careers post-imprisonment using different media? So in case you're unaware of Watergate, the general narrative of the scandal, in a nutshell, is that there was a break-in at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. And at the time, it housed the Democratic National Headquarters and on June 17th, 1972. The break-in was by people working to get President Nixon reelected for a second term. It led to investigations, prison sentences, and Nixon resigning from office on August 4th, 1974. I'm looking at the Watergate scandal to understand how the executives and methods used post-imprisonment to have a second career. By using a comparative approach in my research, I hope to uncover what role a particular medium, by using archival sources, play to influence what the executive staff did post-imprisonment. This research will show how political scandals can still leave scars after it has officially concluded, how people involved in the media can use the notoriety for their advantage post-scandal. The bigger impact of this research is that the erosion of democracy can occur if this type of relationship between executives and media producers endures without a check on each other, and the result would be complacency. So, if you were involved in an executive political scandal and wanted to have a second career post-imprisonment, don't worry about the democracy and how it functions, and instead use this playbook from Watergate instead. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Are there any questions for our presenters? Brittany, Scott, Raja, and Grace. Maybe if you guys just want to come and hang out at the top here, just in case those in the room, and then Raja, I will pin you again if you don't mind, just to keep you available. Fabulous. All right, Lainey, you're up first.
I just wanted to say to Brittany and Raja, Brittany, I read your early version of this and unbelievable. I'm so happy for you and proud of you. And Raja, same. You guys are both friggin' amazing. I did have a question for Scott. I wondered if you had read Jason DeLeon's study on the oh my God, I'm gonna the desert and the migration that happens through there. It's very, very interesting and also very sad, but I thought I'd mention it.
I have not, and thank you. Jason DeLeon and
Jason DeLeon, I think it's like a Land of Open Graves. I can send you the actual link to it.
thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Now I probably should call out you all were part of the first researchers program, which helped a lot. Raja, Brittany, and Akua, you were part of the second, I think, cohort. So it's wonderful to see the researchers presenting on their research. Yes, Natasha in the room. You might have to, yeah, I'm so sorry. Are you fine staring?
Hi. So my question is for Raja.
Yes.
So she talked about how the new technological elements of warfare are separate from geopolitical ambitions of world powers, and how this is kind of new clothes on an old policy for the US in maintaining military superiority. I wondered whether she's done any work about how the US public perceive the changing nature of the threat to national security and defense. and whether like the rhetoric that the government might be putting out is kind of supporting their ambitions in this space.
Raja, did you hear that okay?
You repeat the first part, the one about the American public.
Yeah, so how have you done anything on how the American public perceive the changing nature of the threats to national security in the US with the new technology? And whether any of the kind of government rhetoric is either supporting their ambitions or preparing the public for a different future?
Oh, Raja,
Yes.
there you go.
Yes. Well, the public is the public opinion is against this push for AI to be included in the weapons race. It is, but the pushback is coming from NGOs, and not a lot of people are listening to that. It's a small fraction of the US public opinion. When it comes to the government rhetoric, it is very much pushing hard a discourse of fear against the far uncivilized enemy, scary enemy that we have to prepare for. And I've checked testimonies in front of Congress so far by tech billionaires and people from the military industrial complex who are pushing this rhetoric, telling the government exactly what it needs to hear in order to push more funding for the research and the production of AI-based weapons. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Raja. I see we've got some more hands. Sorry. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Hey, I would just unpin Raja. If she's speaking, she will be featured.
Oops, daisy.
So
Yeah. Lainey, and Marie, I think you're up next.
That's Marie with one of her cats, because this is how we Zoom now, right? Anyway, Grace, I have a question for you.
Yes.
As I was listening to your research and talking about like the aftermath of these scandals, the one name popped in my head was Monica Lewinsky.
Yes.
Right? And just how vilified she was in the aftermath of everything. And so I just wanted to ask purely like, will your research also touch on those, maybe not in political power that were still touched in these scandals, and like their aftermaths, or are we mainly focusing on the political side?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Yes, I am focused mainly on the political side. So that particular scandal I'm not focusing on, just because for me personally, the political aspect would be interesting to learn more about the impact on democracy from that standpoint. Yep. But thank you.
Shaya, your hand's raised.
Yes. My question is for Raja. And it's kind of backpacking off the last question, but I was wondering if your research includes, like, how international is your research? Are you focusing mostly on specific countries, or how this is going to affect other countries? Mostly because I'm a Canadian. I am, as a Canadian, we're kind of in the crossfires if Russia and America start to do stuff. So it's a little concerning to hear about this stuff, but also very interesting. And I was just wondering, like, how much of your research focuses on a more international scale, or is it just like primarily focused on specific international conflicts?
Yes, thank you, Shaya. Well, at this point, because this is a research proposal, not yet researched thoroughly, but I'm mostly focused at this point on military powers, namely Russia, US, China, smaller powers who are able to manufacture the weapons. So my case studies are built from the ground up in that case. So one example of a smaller state is Iran, because Iran is crippled with economic sanctions for years, and it was able to manufacture their own drones and to actually counter an attack on its soil using rudimentary technology compared to the TAD system that I showed in the slide. So this has definitely an international aspect to it, because even the conflicts between military superpowers happens in other areas, much like in the Cold War. There's no direct confrontation between the US and Russia, but they are fighting in Ukraine and other places in the world. So yes, there is an international aspect. I'm hoping to keep going and find out as much as I can about how it's playing out and how it's going to be.
Thank you, Raja. Ezra, yes, please go ahead. Yes, please. Go to the front. Thank you.
My question's for Brittany. I love the topic so much. It was so fascinating. I was wondering, in terms of languages, whether you only looked at translations or whether you also try to kind of like trace it back to either Hebrew or like ancient Greek words that were used. Because I was wondering whether there was also like specific layers in how and how like the translation also further imbued kind of like this moral grammar, how you called it, which I really loved. Or if that's something that you maybe want to pursue in further research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. My language training is in Latin. So I am looking at the sources in Latin. There is a little bit more of a philological lean like in my thesis, which is fascinating. I do not have Hebrew. I loathe the idea of learning Greek, but but because I'm so far back, I see the benefits of it. So I am not against it. I keep saying when I make my application.
Yes.
For my PhD, I will strongly consider it because I've seen it and it's like, yeah, I think that moral idea of the grammar and the language. And there is in my literature review, I ran into a lot of frameworks that did talk about grammar, grammatics, and rhetoric, and that kind of that same thread, like from late antiquity into Christianity. And I found it fascinating. So yeah, I probably would go do some Hebrew and some Greek. Thank you.
Lainey said she's got you on Greek tutoring.
Oh,
You want it?
Yes. Yes. I'll take it. Yes.
Claudia, I saw you had your hand up. Did you want to ask a question?
Yes, so mine is also for Brittany. I love this topic. I took colonial Latin America class and comparative slavery class this past academic year. So of course, in early modern historiography, the origins of race, it's there, right? People are kind of like questioning when did that thing happen or started to happen. So I was wondering, what are the medieval like historiography? What are those main arguments? Or do they say anything about this? Are you kind of the first one who's going to argue this? I was just wondering because I know in early modern historiographies or colonial actually and slavery studies, it's very prominent. So it's the first time I'm hearing, oh, it's actually way earlier. So I love that.
Thank you for your question. There is a wonderful book by Geraldine Hang, The Invention of Race in the Middle Ages. And that was very foundational to my idea and conceptions of race before the 1600s. It is, in my opinion, like more literature bent. There's also like a lot of work being done in literature, art history, mainly kind of like 1400 Shakespeare conceptions and ideas of race and identity. As far as I know, I'm the only person that is like really focused on a more theological lens and really pushing it back. And I do find that interesting because I think the argument, which is where the contention comes from, is that there is no idea of race the way that we understand it today from that biological standpoint. But to Geraldine Hang's point, she says that race is a structural mechanism and that you can look at it differently, which is where I'm coming in with the Christian religion kind of angle. And, you know, like further in the thesis, that idea of language and how they are describing, you know, color and aesthetics, and then how that gets transposed into people and kind of just gets built up after and after is kind of what I am going on. There is also a book by Denise Kimber Buell, Why This New Race. She uses ethnic reasoning as this idea of, again, focusing on the language that is being used in pre-Christian or Constantinian sources and how they talk about Christian as identity. And there is another one that is focused on color and Ethiopians and Egyptians, Gay L. Byron, Symbolic Blackness, and there's something after the colon. But those also, but those also were like really foundational and kind of looking at ideas of race, identity, and how they conceptualize that within a Christian scope before, you know, the 1400s. I hope that answered your question.
Phenomenal.
I just have to say, all of the things that we have heard today.
You might have to come and say, yeah.
I just have to say that all the presentations that we have heard today are like top notch.
Yes.
Like from, wow, I want to read it. All of it. So I'm so excited. Look at what Accepted Society is doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question. First off. Okay, so you mentioned the sources out of Texas, and I'm really curious about the like regional differences between the Tijuana border and San Diego, and then also the border, like any kind of border crossings for Texas, and what like where the difference in the sources might be.
Gotcha. Wait, I think it's like intimidating to get a question from someone who clearly knows what they're talking about. Like, oh,
Anything about this topic.
I think one of the reasons there's so many sources from Texas is because the university in El Paso has done a really good job of preserving documents, and then the Border Patrol Museum and Archive is there, and so every historian like who's written a book on the topic has like gone to El Paso and Ciudad Juarez and like done the research there. I think the differences there between the two regions is that like there was much more labor migration through Texas. There was in California too, but there was just such a need for labor in California that there was very little opposition to it. Whereas like there was more tension in Texas. It was also more violent. One of the sources I used was the like death records from service members from the US and Mexico. Like 2 people died in service in California and Arizona, both from nighttime driving car accidents. And there were like 27 people who died in border violence in the service of the government in Texas in the same period. So there's like, it's just a real difference in the picture you get when you use those sources. And I think the big other thing was like, Tijuana was an island. It like was very much not part of the Mexican like state in the same way.
Yes.
And so like it doesn't show up in the archives because it kind of wanted to go off and do its own like thing with casinos. It was like it's like Macau or something like that for a long period. And then so just like it doesn't show up unless you go there and look.
Okay, I annoyingly have like a tiny follow-up question.
There is someone waiting, so I just want to.
Okay. Modern day Tijuana border, we talk a lot about transborderism and like living across the border and traipsing back and forth. is there anything in the source material that shows you that in the early 20th century that there is more trans-border migration in California versus in Texas?
It's such a good question. It's such a good question. I would love to talk about this. There is a lot of transborder living. Like it's always existed. It's one of these things where it's like it goes back to like the history of the border. Most people like when the border was decreed in treaty didn't know what side of the border they lived on. Like there's been transborder communities. I think the difference in the two is the type of migration. And so you have this like tourism starts in California, whereas in Texas, it's just much more like integrated agricultural communities. But you have much more in California that's like people go shopping. And like even in the 1920s, you had like on a busy day, you have 40,000 people do day trips from California into Baja. Like these are huge numbers. Population of Baja at the time is like 6,000 people. I mean, it's like an army that comes in, right? And it's just the magnitude's big in Texas. It's just a very different pattern. It's like I'm living my daily life going back and forth versus tourism. Like, thanks.
Rosalind.
Good morning. I just have a question for Gracie about the pre-Constantinian consensus on identity in relation to race. Like, I think you briefly touched on the idea that Christianity was hinting at an identity of shared faith, and not so much understood historically as being a race in the sense of a biological sense, but more of like even the word nation, which is ethnos, or a people, shared culture, understanding, way of life, or religion. So I wanted to ask about that and the idea that historically, of course, in the Hebrew scriptures, Israel was chosen, and then through Christ, the covenant was opened up to non-Jews, which is the Gentiles. So Israel as being the church, versus a very fundamentalist, so I'd say, direct reading of the Bible, which equates Israel still with the ethnic Jews of modern, today in the modern state of Israel. I study also Christian Zionism, which is very relevant in the Middle East and U.S. foreign policy, but that's a related topic, though not identical. But what would you say to the idea, I'm sure you've heard of it, is that it's supposed to defy those racial characters through inclusiveness, through faith in Christ versus exclusivity based on categories, even the hierarchical ones of being closer to God because of, inherently light and dark and black and white categories of Neoplatonism, which I think historical Christianity has rejected, especially in Eastern Orthodox and Orthodox Christianity in the East, broadly speaking.
Rosa, I'm so sorry. Would you mind summarizing that? Because I didn't quite...
I think I have it.
Have you got it?
I think so, yes. Thank you so much for your question. It's a lot, but like not just your question, the whole idea. And I think to Ezra's point earlier about like when engaging the sources with the language that they're using, which is again to Denise Kimball-Buell's point, when you look at how they are even using the word gens or genus, specifically for me right now, just from a Latin perspective, it means the way that we do it today, race, nation, people, group, community. So their understanding of a kind of people is still within this idea of race. So when I am looking at these sources, I'm just trying to understand how they are imagining belonging, who belongs in group A, who belongs in group B, C, and D. And moving on to your point about election, covenant, inclusivity, and Gentileness, the idea, at least as far as my understanding, is that it is kind of ever evolving. They do contradict themselves. They do piggyback on themselves, especially in the beginning, because they are just trying to make sense of it. But again, this idea of when Christianity is trying to consolidate itself, when they are trying to standardize it, they are really trying to hone in on conceptions and ideas of, again, group A, group B, group C. So they have ideas about who belongs and what it means to belong and how you can belong. And I do explain a lot of it, or I go further into it in my thesis about Gentileness and what that means, how it's envisioned. And they change and group in, who belongs and who doesn't, specifically in that. It is just somebody who is not a Christian. And then, they kind of color it a little bit with paganism, and then heresy kind of gets thrown into that. So it's just, I think, kind of like catch terms that they're using at a time for broad specificity. And I feel like as historians, sometimes we're looking for specificity, and that kind of stop gates when we are talking about race in this earlier period of time, because we want the specific. We want them to say the thing that we're looking for, and you're not going to get it, I think, 100%, which is with this kind of idea. Like, I focused on this idea of color and aesthetics. How are they describing and using Blackness and whiteness? And they, use it allegorically. It's very abstract, it's distance, it's, you don't belong, it's blindness, it's, that type of sense. And then when they start interacting with people, it becomes like a subconscious kind of one-to-one. And I think, to kind of close it out as an example, there is in Augustine's narration of the Psalm 73:16, he says that it is very fitting for Ethiopian people to be sinful because it is their nature. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. But he uses this idea of fitting, and in the Latin, he says bene, which root comes from bonum, which is good. So just that kind of utilization of that, he's conflating it together, this idea of their darkness with sin and the fact that they are othered, to keep them separate. I hope that answers your question.
I feel like we could go back and forth, which I have taken a small break over summer, but I am returning to Accepted Society, though I am available in my DMs to talk more. It's very interesting because I always like to, as you said, the Ethiopians, you would assume that they're the one, along with the Armenians, the oldest Christians in the world, but even you said the language from the translations said that they inherently, well, I guess you're paraphrasing, can link it to the idea that it's their character to be sinful, which is odd given that they were like ancient Christians, like even more so than Augustine. Like, they were Christians before Augustine's time, but it's just interesting. But thank you so much for your thoughtful answers. And yeah, I to Kaylin's point, it's a very niche conversation, so I understand if other people in the group are like, what are they talking about? What is neopaganism? What is this and that? So it is hard, but it's very interesting if you're interested in theology and history. You can definitely reach out to myself, or I'm sure you would be interested in asking questions too. Or answering questions too, since you're here. You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you. And yeah, before you like sign off and take the break from Accepted, if you shoot me a message, I can give you like my email or text or something like that. And yeah, we can chat ad nauseum about this. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your thoughtful questions. Thank you to the presenters. And what an incredible display of the broad range of research that we are doing here at Accepted. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to do 15 minutes. So we are going to come back at the 1:45 mark. For those online, obviously the room is staying open, but we will be back in just under 15 minutes for a break. Thank you. All right, everyone. Yes,
We're going off script.
We're going off script here a little bit because our 3-minute thesis presenters were so efficient that we're running like an hour ahead of schedule. Which means that we have.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, okay.
Don't touch that.
Don't touch that. It's like, what's going on? Which means that we're improvising, and Kaylin and I are opening ourselves up to a Q&A. And ask us anything, if you will. For the next couple of minutes while we refigure schedules with Polly and Kalia. Polly is presenting at a conference and Kalia is on the other side of the world. So we are navigating a global community here. So this is an opportunity for an ask us anything. Yes.
Not that anybody has any questions.
I know. Colleen, straight away. Yes.
So I actually asked this earlier to Kaylin. Sure. So, what can you say about, yes, what can you say about, because I had a professor back in 2023, I'm studying sociology, and they said that if you want to be a scholar, you have to really put in the work, and it's gonna be really hard. That's what she told me. So it was a little discouraging actually. But I know that all of us put in the work, especially like with literature reviews and the actual data gathering and data analysis. And then second question is, because personally, I had an experience wherein I was a volunteer during the elections in the Philippines back in 2022, and it was really a little bit, it's not a little bit, but it was also a lot, very discouraging because of how the political system went back to corruption. And so, but I am a political sociology researcher and also a sociology of development researcher. So internally, I get a lot invested emotionally to the research. And with what's happening in our country with massive corruption, it gets a little it affects me sometimes. So it's not sometimes, but it has affected me to the degree that that um that I got diagnosed with a disorder because of because of the depression that comes with researching about these topics too much. But I'm okay now. But like I want to get back to doing that research. But I also go to therapy, of course, and like in therapy, my therapist told me that I should gradually go back to that research topic, not like shock myself into like dry diving into it. So I wanted to ask about should I like go back to, because in terms of research, I want to go back to that research because it's more important. But instead of going to, let's say, other topics. So I wanted to ask um should I still pursue a research topic that is really important to in terms of our country, but is a little difficult for me to do, or should I go to and do another entirely different topic which doesn't really interest me too much? So yeah.
So many thoughts. Do you want to go first?
I'm still formulating my thoughts. So if you have something top of mind, please.
I have a number of thoughts of this. Colleen, obviously you and I have spoken quite a bit as well in the past of what this means, but there's a very key concept of doing research that I always like to think about, is that the researcher who does the research and does the research well is someone that is invested in it, is someone that has a personal experience to it, is someone that can relate to what they are exploring, someone who has a vested, direct engagement with it. This is what Sandra and Helene and the panel were talking about yesterday. This idea that bringing yourself into your research is just so important and makes you the best person to do that research. And even though it is so unbelievably hard, because what you're producing is an extension of you. It's an extension of your mind. It's a really terrible analogy, and I'm so sorry to the mothers in the room, but it's like giving birth. You know, there's something out there exists this tangible thing in the world that is outside of you, but that has been created by you. And that is personal, and that's okay. It's hard, of course it's hard, but I think you would do the best, in my personal opinion. You know yourself better than anyone else, but I think the best kind of people who do the research are those that are connected to it by a very particular way.
So I'll come at this with a bit of a story. So I'm in history and Black studies. It used to be African American studies. Yale has since rebranded it. We can talk about that till the cows come home. That particular decision. But in the third year, you have to do this colloquium to write up the prospectus, and you pursue it alongside your cohort in Black studies. And I'm in a cohort, I think we're 9 of us. And you meet every week or so, and you're working on some element of the prospectus. And I had a professor who said, each one of your dissertations is personal. And I'm sitting around and I'm looking at my colleagues. And I was like, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see this reflected in this person's story. I can see this reflected in this one's identity. And when I thought about, you know, how is my dissertation personal? I mean, I study mothering, I study reproduction, I study Black life, I study the law. I don't plan on being a parent. Like there's so much that I looked at and I was like, it doesn't make sense. Like why is it that I feel called to this project? And there are many reasons, and you can pull on a variety of threads in order to get there. But all of them are very nonlinear, and there's no direct answer as to why is this dissertation project something I feel so personally invested in. But ultimately, it comes down to, I have this question. I know it's worth pursuing. I desire answers, but I also know that the field will be changed by having these answers, that somebody else's experience will be reflected in these answers, that a better understanding of the past will be reflected in this research. And if I don't take up that calling, if I step back and say, you know, this isn't the space for me, my voice isn't important here, or this is this impacts me too much, or getting into that imposter syndrome cycle of like, well, why me? And it's like, well, why not me? If I feel called to this work and I'm the one person who's going to pursue it, my hope is that I will pursue it and then it'll lead somebody else to. So it's always thinking about, you know, what is the cost of not doing it?
Yeah.
To you personally, but also to the community that, you know, you are speaking to.
That's a very good point.
And also, in doing so, what kind of doors do you open? What questions do you then make others capable of asking? What source material do you then provide access to that others might not have thought to look at? And so those are the questions that I ask myself. And there's a variety of different ways to go about that response. But I always think of, you know, if you feel called to something, there's something in that. There's something that needs to be responded to.
Got someone there. On the room. In the room.
Oh, Marie, go ahead.
Sorry, I've been yapping a lot today. Um, it's a question. So, have you ever had a time where you just kind of felt like my research is not original enough? You know, 'cause I feel like there's so much pressure to be like, oh, you have to have the original thing. It has to be the groundbreaking dissertation. And it has to be all the things, right? And I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh, hell, like 7 more books about Anne Boleyn just came out and I want to write about her. And, you know, so it's like, what do you do when you just feel like, you know, have you had the experience? And then what do you do when you just feel like your work isn't original? And how do you get yourself out of it?
This is your question, babe.
No. Marie, it's such a phenomenal question. And the short answer is yes, every single day of my life. My research obviously centers around the Fairy Queen, which is a epic poem that was written by Edmund Spenser in the 16th century. This is something that has been written about and researched so much. There is years and years and bodies of discourse around this text. It is known as the poet's poem. It is one of the foundations and cornerstones of English literature studies today. And so there's been so much written about this. And I'm kind of going to piggyback off Kaylin's previous answer in that when we first started working together, the one thing you said to me, which has never left me, is I have a whole book. But the one thing you said to me, which has never ever left me, was if you have a question, write it down and keep it somewhere. And when I started reading The Fairy Queen, this really talks lovely to Brittany's phenomenal research that she presented. When I was reading The Fairy Queen, I thought to myself, all of these symbols of otherness are so entrenched in the language, in the literature, and yet I hadn't seen anything on this work. And the more I sort of searched, the more I started to question, the more I didn't find the answers that I was looking for. And so I think my response to this is that there is, in my opinion, there are always questions to be asked, even on something that has existed for so many years. Knowledge, our understanding of subjects and historical subjects changes every single day, and that is informed by ongoing research. The most wonderful thing about research and education is that it is constantly informing each other, and it's constantly evolving, it's constantly being added to in the discourse over and over and over again. And so there are always going to be questions that need to be asked and questions that need to be answered, even if that is for a subject that has existed and been talked about for years and years and years on end.
I want to add one thing. So there's academic novelty. So contributing to the scholarship in a way that is deemed novel. But then there's also this other side of how it is that we share our knowledge and, you know, thinking to yourself. This is, I think, goes back to the conversation yesterday, that in all of these spaces outside of academia, we are looking for different interpretations of knowledge, different interpretations of a lesson, and the bookshelves are full of books on Anne Boleyn that have been released in the last 3 months. It is a continuous conversation that is being produced. And one thing that to keep in mind, especially outside of the kind of specifics of academic scholarship, it's also about who's saying it and how they're saying it and what it is that they're focused on. I'm an early Americanist.
Mm.
I've studied the American Revolution since I was a kid. And every single day there's reinterpretations, there's new ways of thinking, there's new books that come out.
Yeah.
And we still pick them up because the writer themselves, the scholar themselves, is somebody that we connect to. It's their voice, it's their research, and we want to be able to support their work. So regardless of, there's a conversation about, the scholarship and getting into programs and the way you need to position yourself, and I'm happy to have that conversation.
Yes, yeah.
But thinking that, this conversation's been had, this topic's been rehashed, there's never a point. There's no limitation
Yeah.
on that conversation and how it is that we have it.
This is a perfect the limit does not exist meme moment. Michelle, just tagging you there.
Thank you for that. That helps me a lot because you're like, oh, well, I'm working on a doctor of ministry degree and I'm focusing more on the historical side, and it's like, I want to talk about how she's a reformer. And people are like, oh, well, no, she wasn't. I'm like, well, yeah, if you're sitting there marking things for your husband to read, yeah, you are.
Yeah.
But then, it's like, oh, well, people have already written about that. I'm like,
but
I
you
know,
haven't
but
written about it.
I can write about it too. That's what I keep saying. Like, I can write about it too.
Yes.
Maybe from my perspective as a clergy person, I don't, what would that be?
Excellent.
So thank y'all for that.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Maria. I'm actually just going to jump in again because I just thought of something and I think it's really important to this conversation. I'm so sorry.
Girl, pop off.
But this is just something that I also just want to flag up, which I think is something that we're starting to see a lot more of in scholarship, which is interdisciplinary study. Now, this is obviously not something that has been around in the discourse for a long time. It's relatively, in inverted commas, new for the space in which we exist in the scholarship. And previously, a lot of institutions, degrees are obviously existing in these silos of this fits neatly into history, and this fits neatly into literature, and this fits neatly into psychology, and this fits neatly into this, and all this kind of stuff. But so much more of the exciting research that we are seeing, even just looking at the 3-minute thesis presentations today, it's so wonderful to see how many people are embracing that interdisciplinary methodology or that interdisciplinary approach, because this kind of work is answering questions that we have been asking for a really long time.
Thank you, Kimberly Crenshaw.
And so that was my mini pitch for interdisciplinary study, and now I will be quiet.
All right, we'll go shy and then we'll come back to the room.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my question is, as somebody who is graduated from high school but has not yet started university, and how to put this? I'm looking for advice on getting over the fear of starting something new, starting something that you've never done before, coming into an environment. Like if I go into university now, I'm going to be 10 years older than everyone in everyone in my class, because they're all fresh out of high school and I'm about to turn 28. So it's very challenging in that sense. And I've got disabilities. I've got learning disabilities. Like, it takes me a really long time to do things. And I just wondered if you had any advice for someone who's starting out in a late sense on this path and could really use a helping hand. Because I have no idea what I'm doing, or I know that I would like to get a master's, and I know that I would like to what I want to study and what I want my research to be. But the starting, and I was very inspired by the talk yesterday of start now. But also at the same time, it's like, okay, but how do I start now? Because I'm dealing with these disabilities, I'm dealing with all of these different balls that I'm juggling, and it's like, okay, I want to go to school, I want to do this, and I want to do it now, but how?
In a practical sense, and I saw your post in the community yesterday, and I would point you back to a lot of the resources that people provided and the advice that was given. But I think at the core of it, first and foremost, I'm going to speak to the, maybe Kate can speak to more of the emotional side of it. In a practical sense, you need to identify which kind of programs are actually going to be flexible and accommodating. I said yesterday that the reason I chose UCLA was because I saw the transfer experience really honored in the way that they set up the university, the way they set up orientation, and the way that my professors treated us. If anything, I actually felt like I had a bit of a leg up by being an older scholar at UCLA, and I felt like I got a lot of the respect from my professors and my colleagues in the classes because I was returning to it with such direct excitement and passion and understanding of what I want the experience. And that came down to one, identifying which program was actually going to provide the type of support that I was needing. And so for you, thinking about, for example, finding a program where you can be enrolled as a part-time student, where you can, access resources for disability, where there are guidance counselors that are going to help you navigate the course load and figuring out how to navigate, maybe online courses, when you are, particularly struggling in a physical and or a mental sense, or having a more direct communication with your professors right before even starting the class and communicating what your needs are going to be. I had students in the classroom at Yale that had learning disabilities and other challenges that I'm really grateful that they communicated that to me very openly at the very beginning of the semester so I could make sure that there were resources for them. And I will say that there are professors that maybe are not as accommodating, but I would say majority are. Majority do want to help you find a way through your education and they do want to support you. So it does unfortunately behoove us to advocate for ourselves in these spaces, but doing a little bit of research in advance to make sure that this is something that can support you and is going to provide the space and the flexibility for your needs is essential. And it's just that it's the practical side, but at the same time, it allows for a little bit of that sense of belonging, that sense of care, that you don't feel like you have to constantly shove yourself into a box because you're in a space that is so accepting. And that was what made my experience at UCLA so incredibly impactful. And most of the people that I met, by the way, were in their 40s. Most of the people that were in my classes and I became friends with were coming back way later in life, and they were the best students. They were the best friends that I made. Those are the people that I stay in touch with. I went to games with. They were so invested in the intellectual project of being at the university that if anything, having them in the classroom, having you in the classroom only enriches the experience of those undergrads ever more.
Quite right. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I say something just in terms of disability?
Yeah.
So hi guys, it's me again. For anybody with disability and chronic illness, I also encourage you very strongly to make sure that you're checking the disability and accessibility schemes at the universities. It can be really daunting to lay out those, and sometimes very difficult, especially if you don't have a paper trail for a diagnosis. If you don't have that, it's still worth speaking to them because they can still support you. But if you do have that paper trail and you do have evidence of a diagnosis, those schemes are there to support you so that you don't have to constantly advocate for yourselves. They're there to advocate for you because as individuals with chronic illness and disabilities, it's already exhausting to have to advocate for ourselves. So in spaces where you might not always be supported by professors who don't understand the experience of living with some really intense symptoms, use the spaces that are there to help you.
Absolutely. I have a lot of thoughts on this, obviously. Shaya, actually, I I probably, in the spirit of rewriting the narrative, I'm going to try and rewrite the framing of this question, because from my experience, you're actually in a really, really strong position. And you're probably thinking, oh, I don't believe you. I didn't believe me either. When someone said that to me when I started, I thought to myself, I'm going to restart my undergraduate in my 30s. No idea what I'm doing. I have an already established career. It's great. It's paying the bills. Why am I like just throwing that all away for something else? The thing that came to me through my experience of going back into university at a later stage in my 30s was threefold, essentially. One, which Kaylin touched on, is this idea that you are approaching university, you're approaching the subject that you are going to study with an absolute conviction of certainty. And that is because you have taken time to think about this, to have life experiences, and to know that you are of a state of mind where you really want to do this now.
Yeah.
And that conviction is unbelievably powerful, because in so many stages of our lives, we just don't know. We just kind of thinking about what's next, and we're just trying to put our best foot forward. But when you are making the decision to go back, it's often because there is something missing.
Yeah.
And if something's missing, then it's so important to take that conviction and use that power, use it for not only yourself, and this is what Kayla mentioned, but but use it not only for yourself, but use it for the benefit of those that are in the classroom with you.
Yes.
So it was my first point. The second point is that I didn't realize the extent of the skills that you acquire through life, being older, until I did my first year review of my PhD, and I had to do a skills matrix. And the skills matrix asked me to rate on a scale of 1 to 5 how comfortable I felt sending an email.
Oh my gosh.
I worked for Google. Maybe you heard of something called Gmail. It blew my mind. It absolutely blew my mind, but it makes sense. It makes sense. If you are coming at this straight from school into undergrad, into master's, into PhD, you haven't done any sort of external work, whether it's hospitality or part-time work or anything like that, these skills get acquired through your day-to-day experience. And more so when when you're entering into adulthood, you have to time manage, you have to plan, you have to budget, you have to send an email. All of these things you don't realize are actually skills that are so fundamentally important, and that we just accept that everyone can do. That's not true. So that was my second point, is don't underestimate the life experience and the skills that you have. And the third point has gone right out of my head. So
I think that was a fabulous
yeah, I think that's
answer.
fine. I'll stop there. Shai, if I think of it, I'll send you a message.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Anyone in the room? Go.
Something a little lighter. Oh, so something a little bit lighter, but what is something you've read recently that everyone in this room should read?
No, I actually can't recommend it. Yes,
I mean, the previous.
yes. Hold on. I need to think about this for a second.
Okay.
You go first.
Okay. One book that I recently, I've spoken about this so much, all of you are going to be so sick of hearing about me speak about it, but one of my favorite authors of all time, an Irish author, Irish poetess, her name is Doreen Nagrocki.
Oh, yes.
My close personal friend, Doreen Nagrocki. We're not close personal friends. We just text each other on Instagram. Great. I'm so excited about it. But she recently came out with a book called Zed the Dead. It is a phenomenal exploration of her own experiences with archival research on a female asylum in Cork. And she looks at the case notes that the doctors used for establishing the narratives of these women in what was known, and I'm sorry, but what was known as the asylum in those days. Doreen is not a historian. She is not an academic. She is a poet. She is a mother. She is a writer. She does not engage in archival research in the same way that we would as academics. And therefore, her engagement with it is so fascinating because she comes up against these questions of saying, I want to give voice to these women, but I'm being told I can't use their names. And everything else has been taken away from them, and she doesn't want to take their names away from them too. She also talks about the fact that she herself is a part of the story in her discovery of these stories of these women, but she is only a conduit. The most incredible thing I heard from her during a talk was that she hated having to put her name on her book. This is not about her. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful book for us to read and to look at, because we do get into the mindset as scholars of the right way to do things. And I think this talks to Kaylin's brilliant talk yesterday about there is more than one way to get the scholarship out there. Yes.
You just had such a beautiful answer to that. And my immediate thought was like, oh, Writers by Julie Cooper. I actually wouldn't recommend it to everyone, to be fair. So I've revised my answer. Given that today is Independence Day in America, I would be remiss if I didn't say that all Americans should be reading American Slavery, American Freedom by Edmund Morgan.
And non-American.
And non-Americans. It's a book that I have returned to time and time again. You've probably seen me, address it in my YouTube videos over and over and over again. And I think it really gives credit to Edmund Morgan, the late Edmund Morgan, that he wrote a book that was so foundational to the way that we understand American slavery and American democracy. It's a book that really focuses on the evolution in colonial Virginia from indentured servitude to enslaved labor. And I won't get into all of the in the weeds historiography, but this was really the first book that identified that transition and pointed to this is a class conflict that starts with, early settlement, Bacon's Rebellion, and looks at the American project, American republicanism, American democracy as being founded on the denial of Indigenous sovereignty, the removal of Indigenous communities, and the forced labor of enslaved people. That there's this, it speaks a lot to the evolution of anti-Black racial ideology. And it's a book that I think everybody should read, especially Americans. And it's a book that I continue to come back to and has been really foundational to my own research. So I could recommend a novel, but I think everybody should be reading Edmund Morgan.
I also just want to say, in defense of writers, even though I have not read it, I did read a fascinating, I still need to send this to you. I read this fascinating article on Substack about how nuanced Jilly Cooper takes satire in her prose, and that's actually a really, really difficult thing to do in a narrative process. So,
and if you want to hear more about Writers by Jilly Cooper, then listen to the podcast.
Okay. We've got 5 minutes left.
Let's do one more question.
Let's do one more question.
Got Shia on your chat. She can share a book.
Yes, of course, Shia, please.
Okay, the book I want to share is this one here. It's called How to Read a Book. By Mortimer J. Alder and Charles Van Doren. It is a step-by-step process of how to go from elementary reading to syntopical reading, which is what you have to do for your PhD. That is what a PhD is it's syntopical reading. It's taking this source, this source, this source, this source, this source, and finding the point in the middle that none of those books said, but they all said. And it's such a great book. It's very pretentious. It was written originally in the 40s, republished in the 70s, and then republished again in the 2000s. But it is so good in describing the step-by-step process of how to go from elementary reading to analytical or to inspectional reading to analytical reading to syntopical reading, that if you're having any sort of trouble with knowing how to read lots of books and do all that stuff, this book is a godsend. And I really think every student should read it.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Shia.
All right, we can do one more question and
Yes.
then
We'll hand it over to Holly and Claire. Maybe someone from the room? No?
Anybody?
Awkward.
Lloyd, can you just come here for the mic?
So as the book recommendation, but it's on difficult conversations. So how do you deal with difficult conversations in academia? Because I've had an experience. I just finished my undergraduate dissertation when I was told that's not original enough, and I have to advocate for myself and have the difficult conversation with my tutor to say, doesn't need to be original, but it just needs to say something. And that's my background, in quality and whatnot. But it was also very clear this academic didn't read beyond the surface. So what's your thoughts? How do you have them? How can you do it professionally to, don't want to destroy that relationship, but yeah, how do you go about that?
This is not my question.
Pointing to the very direct American. Okay, so I'm going to approach it in two different ways because I think it's really important to talk about how to have difficult conversations in academia, but I also think it's important to know how to have difficult conversations in general. What's the story I want to tell? There's so many. So I had a professor who, when I started my PhD, said that I should shut down my YouTube channel and should shut down Accepted because it was unprofessional, it was a distraction, and it would essentially ruin my reputation in academia.
Guess who's got the last laugh now? So.
And so I went off and I heard what they had to say. I said, I appreciate your feedback.
Bro, no.
And so I had this lengthy conversation with Katie. I went on a walk with my dog around the block and I was like, I can't believe this happened. And I'm like sobbing and, having a fit about it. I sat back and I asked, okay, what is this person's perspective? Why have they said this to me? And on the surface, it's a lack of understanding. It's not understanding because they've never taught a student that has another identity, another job, that has these other considerations. So it's a lack of understanding, first and foremost. And two, asking myself, do they have positive intent, or do they have ill intent? It could be one of both. Like it can go either way. And I decided that this person had positive intent, that they as somebody at Yale, wanted to ensure that I could have the career that I said I wanted, and that this would potentially jeopardize that. And that was a fair comment. The way they framed it was what I took issue with and what affected me so negatively. Ultimately, it takes like a moment where you have to step back and you have to kind of put yourself in the other person's shoes and ask what's the intent here? Why have they said this to me? Are they trying to make me a better scholar? And it just came out in the wrong way? Or do they actually have ill intent? And we can talk about that in private. Then I sat down and I wrote out my reasons for doing this. I wrote out why it was that the YouTube channel was important to me, why it was that I started Accepted. And I would recommend that as well. Anytime you get negative feedback, if somebody has communicated something to you that has hurt you, is take a step back, try to look at it from their perspective, and then write down like why it is that you disagree. Take a moment, take a beat. About a year later, COVID restrictions had lifted, and we ended up going for lunch. And every single time I have a conversation with them, they bring up my YouTube channel. And they made this kind of like slightly backhanded comment about, well, my kids say that you can make money doing this. Is that why you're doing it? And I remembered what I had written down as to my reasons for doing this. And I took a second, I took a breath, and I said, the reality is I don't have a family to fall back on. I don't have a safety net. I don't have the luxury of the stipend being all that I have. In addition to that, I did not come into this PhD direct. I've had other experiences, I have other skills, and I want to exercise them. I'm good at communicating online. And thirdly, what I've done has had a positive impact on people. I know it has a positive impact on people, far more so than I think my dissertation might. And that, to me, that impact matters. They've never said a negative thing about it since. So the lesson here is like, take a step back, try to take yourself out of your own hurt and perspective, try to see what it is, why are they saying this? What's the intention? Write out why it is that you disagree. So you have your talking points, you have your foundation by which to stand on, and then fight your corner. Do it politely, do it in a way that, is respectful of this other person's position, but stand your ground. It's your work. You value it. You know why it's important. And also, if they didn't read the damn thing,
Yeah.
You could be like, okay, so well, actually, on page 15.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
I think it's a great response. No real notes. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I always come back to this lesson, like one of the key golden lessons that I was taught my first year, my first corporate job. If you get a negative response or criticism or anything like that, don't respond to it straight away.
Yeah.
Go drink a glass of water, take a walk, but leave it for minimum an hour, maximum 24 hours before responding. And that's sometimes really, really tough, because it means if you, like me, are an incredibly sensitive person, you can sit with something for 24 hours and it can mess with you so much. It can affect your sleep schedule. It can affect your interpersonal relationships in those 24 hours. But you will come to it with a greater clarity of mind than if you responded straight away in reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could go on. I'll stop. I'm gonna stop. There we go.
The last thing I'll add, and this is incredibly hard to do, but I'm a direct person. If I don't like something, I will tell you. And what I've learned since moving to English and dealing with British people, that can be a little bit indirect and, a little, probably the least confrontational people I've ever met, is that oftentimes it's because they don't have like a positive frame of reference, that when somebody has a direct conversation with them, it's often, leads to some kind of retaliation or accusing. I think it's really important to practice saying how it is that you feel, what it is that upset you. Yes, this is talking about interpersonal relationships. This is different than a professional relationship. But we are in a community. We all have to learn to communicate with one another. We communicate with people every single day. And I think it's really important to learn how to state your needs, how to state when something doesn't feel right. Because it gives the other person an opportunity to show you that actually they could respond positively, that this actually could lead to a greater connection. It could lead to a greater understanding. And I think it's both your responsibility to, communicate in as kind and as open-hearted a way as possible what your needs are and what upsets you. But you also have to be a good receiver of somebody's direct feedback and give them the space. Be a good listener. Be somebody that, positively affirms that when somebody else tells you how they feel, that is a safe space, that is something that is respected.
Lainey, I have fights with my husband in the shower all the time. He has no idea.
I did not know what that question meant.
Yes. 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 Thank you. Shower fights. It's where all my issues get resolved.
So I told my therapist about a shower fight recently, and she's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "When you fight with someone, you're in the shower. Like, how is that not normal?" But I'm happy you know.
I've never heard of that before. Fabulous.
Okay. Yes. It's when my hair gets the most vigorous washing. All right, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That was actually really fun. I think we should bring this in next year as like a thing. But we are going to
Guys, you muted or sleep. Okay.
I'm just going to take 1 second. We're just going to switch things up for Polly and Kalia, and then we'll be back and ready to go. Just testing my audio. Do I sound okay? Thanks.
Sounds good.
I'll just do the same for mine quickly as well. Just a quick thumbs up. Can everyone see and hear me all okay? Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take us through the correct slide. Okay. I'm behind the computer and at your discretion.
Thank you so much, Kaylin. Very, very warm welcome, everyone. I'm so excited to be joining today, as is Kalia. We're so delighted and honoured to be here with you all. Some of you are gathered in Oxford. It looks like it's been an incredible symposium so far. Many of us are joining from Zoom, from different places, time zones, and life contexts as well. Kalia is zooming in from LA. I'm zooming in from Loughborough in the UK. However we're arriving and wherever we're based, I just want us to know that we're all very, very welcome here, and we're just so excited to be thinking through how to debunk or maybe challenge some myths around the idea of what a perfect scholar is or does. So we're really going to be challenging some of the myths that that Kalia and I see as ingrained deeply in some spaces in academia, to try and think through how we want to move through academia, how we want to move beyond academia maybe. So we hope you're excited for this session. I know Kalia and I have been so looking forward to it. These ideas about redefining or rebuking what academia feels like or research feels like speaks to the amazing work that Kaylin, Kate, and everyone in the Accepted Society does, and also mine and Kalia's work in PH Done too. We think there's going to be lots of wonderful overlap from previous sessions, even just like coming into that beautiful Q&A. I think there'll be lots of productive overlap with the sorts of discussions that have been taking place in the symposium so far, to allow us to like continue contributing to and participating in this like continuous ongoing discussion about how we want to practice the act of being a researcher intentionally. So really about like becoming the researcher that we want to be in a way that feels intentional and supportive. So we hope you're looking forward to this. So we've got Kalia and I will think through some myths. There'll be space for some journaling. So if you've got a pen and paper handy, now's the time to hold on to that. If you don't, this is absolutely fine. We can just be with our thoughts and really just enjoy this session. We hope it's useful. There'll be some space for conversation as well in the room in Oxford and also in the chat. And there'll be some time and space for folks who are zooming in to unmute themselves and contribute to and participate in this conversation too. Huge thanks to folks in the room in Oxford, Kate and Kaylin in particular, for like allowing us to join in this hybrid way, and for all the support you've offered in the lead up to and also in the present moment. So I'll quickly pass over to, so if we could kindly just move to the next slide, and I'll pass over to the brilliant Kalia.
Thank you, Polly, and greetings, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you all. I love seeing your faces for those of you in the room over in Oxford, and of course, all of our friends here virtually. We've been looking forward to this day for some months now. Okay, so we love to start this conversation with a bit of an intentional pause. We know that sometimes in academia, there's a culture of busyness and we don't always have time for intentional reflection, except not here at the Accepted Society Symposium. I know you all have had a bit of time to do that, but just honoring even the name of our session, we recognize that it can bring some stuff up for us. And so we want to just start and pause and ask you to check in with yourself. So simply just be with this question around what's one word or a short phrase that sums up how you're arriving to this particular session today. And so know that whatever it is, it's welcome. There's no invitation here to judge whatever that might be. So I'm just going to take a moment to pause and let you just be with that. And Aaron already has us started in the chat. So those of you who are with us virtually, please put your word or short phrase in the chat, and then we're going to ask you all in Oxford to just turn to a neighbor and share with one another for a moment. In the chat, I'm seeing pure exhaustion. Katie wrote apprehension. Marie's saying imposter syndrome. Tired, frustration, relatable. And I'd love to invite, if someone in the room wants to share with Kaylin's help, motivated, seen, and inspired. I see a good chat happening in the room. Does anyone over in Oxford want to share? Go ahead.
I'm calling. Okay. Give us a word. You want to hear my word?
Yeah. We want to hear your word. We do.
I was telling my partner, exhausted but happy.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I love that.
The chat has a similar sentiment.
Mhm. That makes perfect sense. All right.
Yeah, we're
Thank you.
guys.
So we could share, together, as a team. Right, because we're part of the, where we going? Oh, I was going to the microphone.
This way. This way.
Oh.
Hi, Chris. Hi, Christy.
All right.
I know where I'm waiting. Right, so because we're in the PhD program, so I thought that this was a nice reflection of how words have changed over time. Because I feel like we do seek out really positive affirmations now. So my word is proud.
And mine is reflective.
So proud and reflective.
Yes.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness. I just took a little picture of you two together. So thank you all. Thank you for checking in with each other. Thank you all in the chat. Appreciate it. Again, you're welcome just as you are. Holly, you want to take us to our next slide?
I do. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I cannot quite describe the amount of FOMO I've got right now sitting here in Loughborough, seeing all the like fantastic stuff that's going on in the room. Thank you so much for sharing online and in person, like how you're arriving. We know that like even in the most supportive and beautiful and like uplifting spaces, we can still feel like a range of emotions. Like emotions don't stop just because we're in a good place and surrounded by people that love us and support us. We can still often feel exhausted. We can still feel tired. We can still feel, I love, Grace, your word reflective. And I think that's a really nice way to enter into this conversation. This is all about reflecting on how we feel and how we can support ourselves moving forward. We can still often feel the pressure to perform. In the chat online, I saw some kind of mention of imposter syndrome. And this is something that I feel like so strongly. I know Kalia, like we've had conversations about how this still kind of manifests in day-to-day life, even like post PhD. And it's also for thinking about like, we know we also, everyone here in this virtual room, in this room in Oxford, we all know like the power of community. We're all part of accepted society. Maybe those of us who haven't joined yet or are thinking about joining, we know that we're seeking the power of community. And it's that power that uplifts, that advocates for our humanity and supports us and our research. So we know the value of co-working, we know the value of solidarity, of joining together, of connection. And this is all to say that we also know the intense pressures, expectations, and narratives around academia and research that are so powerful and so deeply ingrained into the systems and the institutions that we're working in and around and beyond, that even when we do have that incredible support, even though we do have all of this amazing support and love around us, we can still feel pressured, and this can still undermine our relationship to our work and also to ourselves. This is a reflective way in to think about the emotions as well as the institutional structures and some of the issues around this. So we wanted to think through why is this session about debunking myths in academia? We just really wanted to take the time today to think about the pressures that we all carry and how to protect ourselves from others, and protect ourselves and also how to protect others from perpetuating the unhelpful narratives around scholarship. So it's about thinking about us in this moment, all of us here, and also those who are going to come after us as well. So to do that, we're going to I think we all probably have a sense of what we mean by like those myths around the perfect scholar and how we quote should be acting and behaving and moving through our research, our scholarship, and education in general. But Kalia is going to take us through like some of these myths and what we actually mean by this idea of like a perfect scholar. If we can hop to the next slide, Kaylin, and I'll hand back over to Kalia. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. So this invitation to think through kind of what these myths are of the perfect scholar, which we know, again, is going to be a little bit different from all of us, but I know that there are some kind of core themes that may come up for us. We want to start, though, by acknowledging that we don't necessarily simply like arrive at believing these things. They're often things that were really introduced to us at a young age, right? So way before we probably even got to academia in some ways. So if you think about your early years as a learner. So when I think about that, I can think about how even something as like seemingly mundane as like learning to tie my shoes as a young person was actually like ridiculed because I wanted to do bunny ears instead of going the way around, right? And so I learned from a kindergartner that there was one right way to tie your shoe, right? And so that was a kind of idea that followed me throughout my schooling, right? So by the time I arrived to college, let alone graduate school and ultimately my PhD program, there was this compounding effect of all these ideas that said that there was one, excuse me, that there was one right way to be a scholar. There was one right way to be an ideal student. And so as you look at this list, we just want you to, these are just a few, but I saw someone saying that this is very confronting in the chat. Someone's like, they're already feeling confronted by some of these things that are outlined here. And I want to acknowledge that some of these that we've written here are like clear, confident, consistent. Even within those concepts, there are really simplified ways that they might be thought about versus more complex ways, right? So even like discipline or what it means to be independent, or always okay, right? Like needing to have this face and always appearing grounded. I remember being thankful for my therapist one day for calling me out and saying, Kalia, like, you talk about really difficult things, but you look perfectly fine. Like you perfectly. And I was like, yeah, because that's the mask that I learned, right? Like to project confidence. So we'd love for you to just take a moment. I have some folks in the chat who are saying that resonates with them. So we just love you to just take a moment to just kind of peruse this list and just maybe scan your own brain, your own memory to think about kind of what are those particular myths that you might want to debunk today. So if you're in Oxford, again, we're going to invite you to go to the person sitting next to you and share maybe what's coming up for you. We'll just take a moment to do this. Of course, in the chat, we're going to invite you to do the same thing. So we'll spend about a moment, about a minute, if that's okay, just sharing about maybe a quick little story or one of these ideas that really resonate with you. So folks in the chat, let us know what's coming up for you. Take maybe 15 more seconds or so. Thank your partner for sharing. And what I think I'd love to do is see if someone in the virtual room would love to come off mute and share something that came up for them. Hi, Shaya.
So I said in the chat, and I made a joke about it, but I watched Gilmore Girls at a very, very young age. I watched it with my older siblings, and so I was watching Rory Gilmore before I was in high school and had this idea of what high school was going to be and then what university was going to be and how I needed to conduct myself. And then I got there and the bullying started and the we moved right before I went into high school literally to an island. And it was this massive like uprooting of my life, and then I was bullied when I got there and was like, oh, this is nothing like Gilmore Girls. But I still had this image in my head of what that meant, and this is such a good list of all of those things that really prevented me from feeling like a good student. Because I remember when I was in grade 10 talking with a friend who was doing biology 12, and they had this giant binder, like it was like this big, of all
Wow.
of the terms and things that they had to memorize. And I was like, oh, that aligns with my idea of what a good scholar is. And then I got into Bio 12 and we were given worksheets that had blanks that we had to fill in from that were just directly off the screen. Like it wasn't even, there was no critical thinking, there was no trying to find the answer in our books. It was we were given the answer. And I was like, "Oh, I'm obviously not learning anything." And then got one of the highest grades in the class because I
Yeah, you did.
actually did the work, and versus the other students who were just not doing very much. And because I had this idea of what a student was, it allowed me to get that grade. But by the time I finished, I was breaking down. I was put on an antidepressant that then backfired because everyone should know, never put your kid on Prozac. Never. Just as a teenagers, never go on Prozac. Um, it will mess you up. But I'm getting off topic. Um, but like as a girl, as a femme presenting person, as a undiagnosed autistic ADHD person, as an undiagnosed, like I've got so many, I could reel off the list of different things that affected how I viewed what education needed to be. And it was it all boils down to Rory Gilmore and that image I was shown at such a young age of her. Like I have
Yeah.
the image in my head right now of her, the scene where she's getting off the bus and she's got one backpack and then she's got her lunch pail and then she's got two other backpacks and they're all like stuffed full, and I was like, oh, this is what it means to be a good scholar. And now here I
Yeah.
am, like 20 years later, and I'm doing classes online, and that's not what it looks like. That's not what it feels like. That's like trying to navigate it around my mental health and my physical disabilities, and it's like, ugh. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Shaya, for sharing. I mean, you bring up how, right, like it's not even just in our kind of local communities or in our households, but also like media and culture, right? Like how that shapes how we are informed about what it looks to be a perfect scholar. We certainly have lots and lots of Pinterest boards that probably many of us have been on at some point, right? With the Rory Gilmore of it all. So thank you for sharing. I see a couple more hands, so if we can get Marie, if you want to share.
I was typing about how like always feeling like you have to smile. You should be happy, like even though you're exhausted and burned out, like because you feel like you have to be so productive, like have to always look busy. I started my working career during the whole girl boss era, and that just completely screwed me over for years. And it took me a long time to unravel that. And I saw it spilling over like even into like my graduate work about if it wasn't an A and it wasn't perfect and it wasn't the most original thing, then why am I even here? You know, that kind of really just harsh self-criticism.
Yeah, that's so helpful. Okay, we're gonna go to one person in the room and then we'll come back virtually.
Hey, come on, Dale. Oh, that's very zoomed in. My thing was something, the girl boss thing, never being allowed to be emotional about something, like not allowing your emotions to get involved, never being able to like cry or scream or be angry at something. Yeah, that was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Good to see you, Kate. Okay, what's next? Let's see. I think it was Claudia.
Just I put it in the chat as well, but I just wanted to call out people who menstruate.
Yes.
You know, we have 4 different weeks every month, and a myth is that you're always the same. No, people who menstruate are not. So anyway, this is something that, hit me really hard in my now later 20s because I was a professional athlete and, when I was doing that, I had a very unusual menstrual cycle because exercise, eating disorders, etc. And, never realized now that I'm in tune with my body, I'm like, okay, this really matters. And yeah, today, like, it's very, very, I'm in week 4, right? So I'm like, why am I tired? Now I know. So myth is that, you're always in the same mood. People, because it's not only women, people who menstruate, should, yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I'm rambling now.
You make perfect sense, Claudia. I thank you for sharing that. That was so helpful for me as well. Especially when it came to my planning around my dissertation. I was, treating myself like every single week I would have the most high energy ever, which also didn't make sense because I had chronic illness or chronic pain and everything else as well. But yeah, I know that you have learned a lot about cycling and how that can support your energy and creativity. So if y'all want to learn more about it, Claudia is one of the key people in our community I think who could share. Katie.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand a little bit on what I said in the chat as well, which is the idea of consistency. But one of the things that is often not discussed is not consistency in terms of constantly doing work or doing work in a consistent manner, right? And we kind of just talked about that with how menstrual cycles change not our ability, but our capacity, right? And so that affects our consistency. But something I think is a little less discussed is consistency in like interest and how that shapes your identity, how you perceive yourself. And then also, and this is something I talk about in therapy, and it's definitely a me problem, but how I worry that others then perceive me. Because especially when it comes to research, and if I have this perception that if you want to be a quote unquote successful researcher, you tend to dig really deep into one topic in one area. And I've never been able to do that. I lose interest after I feel like I have satisfactorily answered a question. Again, I have ADHD and I didn't know that until I was about 25. And so it makes sense in retrospect. But then what stresses me out is that people then come to expect that kind of thing or that kind of performance from me when I've moved on to something else. And that's just like a very strange place to exist in. And it's not something that is, it doesn't feel like it's received very well in an academic space. Like the idea of having to niche down, when niching down is like contradictory to my existence. It's not how I work and it's not how I get the work done. So yeah, not just consistency in terms of how you perform your work, but consistency in like the things you're interested in, how that shapes your identity and how others perceive you is something that I find really difficult to navigate.
Thank you, Katie, for lifting that up. And I know that is true for a lot of folks who identify as neurodiverse. And so I think the more that we can in academia and everywhere, leave room for multiple ways of learning and relating, will be a more inclusive community. Jazz. And then we're gonna keep going. But I love this conversation. Jazz.
Okay. Yeah, so in terms of my perspective, I always thought that I don't know, I wasn't necessarily like a smart person, like so to say, like a straight A person. And I know that for me, like I've kind of seen where in academics it feels like you have to have a consecutive thing. I think Katie kind of was talking about it. You have to have a consecutive like degree or in order to kind of move through academia. Whereas I have a fashion background. I was in fashion design and apparel technical design, doing production management and things like that. And then I went to a study abroad program in Paris. I'm like, why is it that I'm the only one that knows how to speak French proficiency? That experience was different. I want to understand that. And for me, I also grew up as a Montessori child. So I felt like I struggled a lot in public school because my thought was the student was the center of education. Like, I want to learn this, you tell me this, and then, or you tell me how to do this. And then also later on, finding out that I was a highly sensitive person where I was more perceptive in certain ways of things. I was just naturally curious, but I felt like that wasn't necessarily something that I was supposed to be in public education. And like, I think that's literally what our research really is. We're just curious and we're just trying to find more information. So I think that in a way, like being dumb is kind of part of the process of being a researcher. So that's kind of like where my shift was on that.
Oh, I love the nuance that you're offering us, Jazz. And I'm pretty confident that even like the way we talk about smartness, right? Like is through one particular lens. And I'm confident you've been gifted your whole life. Lainey.
This is just kind of touching on what Shai was saying, but also what Jazz just said really struck me, which is I've never been the perfect anything. I perfected imperfection, and that was my goal. Like I was never gonna be perfect, so I did imperfect perfectly. And I watched Gilmore Girls when I was an adult, and when I had already nearly failed out of high school, when I realized that in college is a whole different game and I could actually be smart as long as I self-medicated, which is a whole other conversation. Um, and it's funny because I wrote in the chat earlier about like the difference between like obedience and intelligence or critical thought. And I think so many people who are obedient to the academic system labeled as smart, when in reality, those of us who struggle, and we are a collective of people who have struggled at some point and in some regard in education and in life. And I think that being disobedient, being rebellious, being an outlier, like is that sign of intelligence, but society doesn't really value it the same way. And I think I lost my point a little bit. But anyhow, I just find it interesting because what I commented in the chat earlier was that like Jess is goals. Like Jess was the loser, Jess was the dumb one, Jess was the one that was never gonna make anything of his life. Jess was just a late bloomer and he needed a place to exist in a real way. And that, you know, that matters, you know, and having a place like this where belonging matters, where acceptance matters, where we are allowed to be imperfect scholars, like that creates a space to become the perfect scholar, which is someone who questions, someone who like fights against the system, someone who is just all the way out in left field and normal people can't understand them, but they matter anyways, you know, and they're doing incredible work anyways. So that's just my thought. Also on the menstruation bit, men menstruate. I know, I work with hundreds of them. I just haven't figured out how yet. But once a month, they're all nuts.
Thank you, Lainey. So good to see you. Okay, and we'll hear from Rosalind, and then I'm gonna hand it back over to
So one myth I
Polly.
think is that intelligence means that you'll excel at school, because there's a lot of very clever people who may not always enjoy the academic process. And that's one thing that I'm trying to untangle, like in deciding what sort of research, if I wanted to do it more formally or as an independent scholar or continue more in a creative aspect as a writer, because I always didn't have to put a lot of effort, especially when I was younger in school. I just enjoyed learning and I was very curious. But then when you get older, especially when it's more formatted and required, like for example, writing essays and everything, doing testing, you figured out that like school has a lot of anxiety with the self-expectations, especially if people reinforce the idea that you're clever and you should naturally just do well. And like, why am I struggling? It doesn't feel like it matches correctly, right, with what people tell you growing up, especially if you're labeled at a young age gifted. So it's like, well, I have interest in research, but that doesn't always translate directly into academic endeavors in traditional way. But I don't know. I guess this is for a question for me to answer. Do I continue to pursue academia because I'm really inspired by this community? And I do have a dream, like, to study at Oxford, or because it's just such an historic and I just feel like an ancient place, and it really inspires to me. But then when you're by it yourself, or you have to face the requirements of writing like a 20,000 page, dissertation, or just what you're expected to do, it is another thing unto itself. Is you can talk about these interesting conversations that actually like turning it into what the academic system requires to get your degrees, to progress, and if you want to do a tenure track professorship, to publish, it's very different from more of the idealistic view of that. So it's like the reality of like, being smart, of idealizing the romanticism of studying at Oxford, which is a reality. Like so many people here are at Oxford right now. And I still have that dream, but it's still like figuring out like whether or not this is what I'm chasing is more like this romantic idea, or do I actually enjoy like the research, or maybe I do enjoy research, but I struggle with working within what we call institutional ideas of that research.
Thank you, Rosalind, for sharing. I think that resonates with a lot of people, including myself. And I love that you're giving yourself that space for that self-inquiry, and accepted society as a community as, I think, the perfect place, right? Like full of folks that are also asking similar questions. And this symposium itself really embodies the spirit of that, right? Like we don't have to be in the most traditional sense a conference that you can only, take part in if you submit, and have to be extremely competitive in all these different ways, right? So there's so many different ways that we can continue to engage as scholars. And I love you that you shared your dream with us. So joining you in your dream and envisioning you at Oxford. Okay, I'm gonna give it back to Polly. Thank you all for the rich discussion. This is beautiful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's like, I think this is exactly the conversation that Clea and I were hoping this would generate and offer. I'm resonating so much with everything everyone has said so far. It's like this idea of the girl boss, this idea of like how do you value different trajectories and timelines associated with research and with education, and the metrics which of success. So like we know that like intelligence and passion for learning, a love for learning, like comes in many shapes and forms, and like those forms do not cohere often with the ways that we examine people from a young age. So thinking not just about higher education or further education, but actually what happens when we're in primary school or preschool. Like these, I think we can think about it more holistically as well. You also like touching, everyone here is touching on the real thing, like that these myths hide, like they make us hide. So we've got some words on the screen, and I feel like everyone has spoken to these in like a manifold number of ways, in very powerful ways here. These myths that we're naming and starting to debunk ourselves here already in this space, they're so unhelpful because they seek to shut down conversations. So in many ways, like having this conversation here and the work that Kate and Kaylin do, like in bringing this to life, not only like in these 2 days here in Oxford and online, but like year round with Accepted Society. Like these are the conversations that really matter, because they're what expose these myths as fallacies, and they help us actually unpack how much pressure they put on the individual, and kind of make known the kind of institutional issues that that Rosalind, you were hinting at, you were speaking to so beautifully before as well. What we're talking about, these myths, they shut down ways of knowing and being. And like, I think what we're all sounding out with, like the emotions and like folks who menstruate. I heard like some people in the chat saying like scoliosis from like carrying heavy Rory Gilmore backpacks. These myths make us hide the fact that we have bodies, we have mental health that wants to be supported. They kind of make this idea of the myth of the perfect scholar, like it wants to hide that we have like complex interior lives and social lives. We have like bills to pay, we have families, we have friends, like we have health needs, like we need support. We need institutional support and support from outside of the institution as well. I think these myths, what I'm trying to speak to like right here in this like in this slide, in this space, is these myths, they hide the complexities of the researcher's experience, and they essentially disavow and disallow our humanity in the pursuit of perfection. And that's why we want to think about debunking them today, which again, you're already doing right now. We know this leads to harm. We know it's exclusionary, these myths, right? It relies on this like idea of a silent curriculum. It fosters a hyper-competitive individualism and reinforces hugely toxic and outdated ideas about academia. They like also, I think the reason why they're so insidious is that they play on very real anxieties and institutional issues, like funding models, gatekeeping, access, the academic job market, the application public, like the publish or perish model that we've also been thinking through right now in this space, the adjunctification, professionalism, and the mindset of scarcity as well. But even when we can identify these like structural problems, like many of us know what it feels like to be pressured into this idea of performing perfection. So this is like all to say, I love this conversation that we're having, and I think it's a really, really important one. Kalia, I'm going to hand back over to you.
Thanks, Polly. And I also acknowledge that Polly and I believe community over everything. So of course we've prepared lots of cool slides and we have lots to say about each and every one of them, but we feel that the real energy here is in this dialogue. So we wanted to give that space. So you might notice we may go through some of the slides a little bit quicker, but that is just as a way to continue to honor the conversation that we have that we think is really fruitful. So we'll go to the next slide, and I just want to say briefly, actually you can go back to the last slide. Sorry about that. I just want to say briefly that what we're not saying, right? So sometimes it's helpful to clarify what we're not saying as a way to bring the point a little bit more clearly. So for anyone who may be thinking, well, but you don't understand, like I have to have this level of rigor. I want to be a tenured faculty member. There are very, few roles. And so are you telling me that I just get to like put my hands up? Of course not, right? Like we're not saying that we're not inviting you to care less about your research or your scholarship or your educational journey. We are saying that your humanity matters and the and that it's important that we honor ourselves and each other in this process. And so what can happen, unfortunately, is we can kind of pathologize ourselves, right? Like, for example, early on in my journey, I pathologized my need for interdependence, my need for community. I was like, well, why can't I just like figure it out on my own? Why do I need a coaching community, right? So I was in a dissertation coaching program, a group program, before I was even in dissertation mode, because I just was looking for a group of people who could accompany me because I didn't have a rich community at my home campus. So we just want to remind you that the needs that you have are just proof that you're human, right? And the fact that we're all here together and we're continue to do this work and really change some of this narrative means that over time, right? Like you all and many of you are already in positions of power, right? And so our influence matters. So now I'll ask Polly to take us to the next slide where we'll talk a little bit about some more of the pressures that we're carrying.
100%. And we've like, thank you, Kalia, as well for that. And 100% agree. What we're going to do now is we'd love to think through 3 specific pressures, these 3 myths today. I think they touch on quite a lot of what we've already been naming in the room. So I hope that I hope that it's really useful to confront them in this way. Feel free to also bring your own myths that you want to debunk and challenge into the conversation as well. I'm really keen to hear, as Kalia said, from everyone in the room, both virtual and in Oxford. These 3 myths that we've sounded out, these 3 pressures, we see these through, Kalia and I see these through our own work, our own research rhythms, and also through our teaching work with students, undergraduates, and through supporting the PhD members as well. So these 3 pressures we see come up often are, I should be more consistent by now. We've already named consistency before. If I show up for sport, I should have something to show for it. So this idea of productivity, this idea of like having words on the page. And this 3rd pressure is I should know where this is all going. So Kaylin, can I ask you to move to the next slide, please? We're going to think about this first one for just a minute here. And don't worry, it's not too much of me chatting. I'm really, really keen to hear again from everyone in this space. So we see this happen, we hear people say this often. So this is, maybe you resonate with this as well. It's like a way of expressing frustration at not meeting like routines or deadlines that we set for ourselves. And this kind of idea of productivity, the girl boss culture, like worrying about comparing ourselves to others, like thinking that we should be more consistent in our routine. And also, as Katie and so many wonderful folks in the chat like have sounded out about like our own research interests and specialities as well. We can be enlivened and interested in so many things. We don't have to be consistent with our attention and with our research. So we know that research and our research interests, they're not linear or predictable or stable, consistent things. And this is actually one of the most beautiful things about research, I think. It's made up of so many different states and moments. So like research and learning and all of this amazing stuff, it's built up by so much. It's about like not just writing, it's about curiosity, it's about conversations, right? It's about, as much as like Kate, I heard you mention shower fights, I'll raise you shower thoughts. Like we do thinking we don't, all our thinking and all our work doesn't happen just at a desk or just in a notebook or just on our Word document or just in the library. We know that like thinking and conversation, they're like all these generative, incredible galvanizing things. They happen in a variety of ways, at a variety of different points in our lives as well. So it's not just about a consistent routine or words on the page. It's about searching, curiosity, ideating, mapping, finishing, revisiting. It's all of these things all at once. So what I'd love for you to think now, like we're going to be here for just a few minutes before we move on to the next pressure and think through that. I'd love you just to think to yourself, just can hold this quietly for ourselves. What kind of structure actually fits the season I'm in? So I think I often, with my routine, like posit a routine that actually doesn't support the work that I'm doing or the time in my cycle, Claudia, to go back to what you were saying so beautifully just now, like it doesn't fit the space that I'm in mentally, or like physically. So what actually, like what is the season I'm in? Do I need to be writing right now? Can I be thinking? Can I be mapping? Can I be planning? Can I be taking time off? Can I be resting? I'd love us to think about what is one thing that could make things feel just even a little bit easier. Is it about giving ourselves permission to actually like build that like rhythm for ourselves that actually meets us where we are? What's one thing that would make that feel just even a tiny bit lighter? And lastly, I'd love us to think about what practical moves will begin to help bring that about. So what's that one thing that would feel just like make things a little bit easier, and how are we going to get there? What's one small thing that we can do? What I'd love us now to do is just to, again, if this feels right, we can write in the chat if we're joining virtually, or we can raise our hands if we want to sound something out with our voice, or folks in the room in Oxford, I'd love to hear any responses to these questions. What's one thing that would make that season that you're actually in feel a little bit easier, and how are you going to do this? I love this idea of the whiteboard in the shower. This is fantastic. Erin, you've recently discovered that you are adding stress and this affecting your productivity. And this was about Notion. Yeah. I think the rhythms that work for us really work for us. Like not all rhythms suit us or suit the time in which we're working. Paring it down to a modular to-do list has been like night and day. I'm so pleased, Erin. This sounds like a really useful, really powerful way to actually think about what you need and what works for you. Celebrating you, Erin. This is wonderful. Oh my gosh, Katie. Yes, sleep. Wonderful. I love this. We don't talk enough about sleep and actually giving ourselves like that rest time. So, so, so important. Lainey, 100% not comparing yourself to others. This is a practice that we can all, like, this is an ongoing practice, right? It's a hard thing to do. These myths want us to compare ourselves to others. It wants to fracture that sense of community, and it wants to posit hierarchies. Let's not let them do that. Let's stop that comparison. Lainey, I'm with you.
Oh, that is really close.
Please not just me.
So I just wanted to share something that my supervisor actually shared with me in our very first in-person meeting that just kind of like stuck with me. And I think it fits very well with consistency. And she told me to kind of think of my PhD as a hero's journey. And so like in a book, like you not only have like the hero's journey, which would be a research, but you have side quests that are important to your character development, to finding community, and to exploring the wonderful world that this book is trying to introduce you to. But also in like the hero's journey, you have some fast-paced chapters where a lot is happening and you're full of energy, and you have chapters where there's rest, where there's time for smelling the flowers, for giving a hug to the people who are journeying with you. And I think kind of like this way of reframing research really helped me to honor every single chapter that I'm in. And I was kind of like thinking, oh, I might be really frustrated because I'm feeling so tired, or I'm feeling so kind of like worn out. And then like thinking, okay, if this was a book and I was following kind of like this protagonist, like I would honor them like taking a rest. I would be like, oh no, you're so stupid if now you charge on into battle or into a heist. And it really helped me to kind of like just honor all of these different things, and yeah, just kind of like run with that.
Oh, I love that. That's great wisdom.
Yeah, I adore that imagery. Thank you so much for sharing that. This is, and just what a lovely way to like actually like allow yourself to honor each like chapter in that incredible book, that incredible journey, that quest that you're on. I'm also reminded of if anyone remembers Katie's incredible like gamified write-in sessions. I adored those, and this makes me think about the imagery here. We are like forging away on and we are like celebrating every moment in that. This is fantastic. Katie, yes, please. I miss those. This is wonderful. And also like the book, like our journey, our quest, it gets to have sequels. We get to write many different books, right? Like we get to enjoy so many chapters at different points in life too. I adore that imagery. Thank you so much for sharing. Just thinking, I could stay on this one for like the entirety of the session, but just thinking about time, I'm going to move this forward. And Kaylin, if I could thank you so much. So we're going to think about our second pressure, and Kalia, I'm going to hand it back to you to think this through.
Thanks, Polly. So this next one is this idea that if I show up for support, I should have something to show for it. And so when we think about this one, for example, many of us here are already members of Accepted Society, right? So that means we're investing in a community so that we can get the support that we need and also give support. But then sometimes what can happen is we can create so much pressure for ourselves around that. For example, I can think about a time where I would just start ghosting a community that I was investing in just because I felt like, well, when I was showing up, I wasn't showing up as perfectly as I wanted. And so the importance here is that we get to actually kind of use our own methodology of sorts, right? About how we think about what we actually value when we show up in community, right? So as we've talked about around consistency, right? So every time you sit down at your computer, you might not necessarily have the same exact experience. Those of you who can do that, you're amazing. You're incredible. Goals, but that's not my experience of being a human and being a scholar, right? And so the idea is to try to change our orientation around how we think about our ability to move things forward, right? So we want to invite you to think about this question. Just take a minute to think about what is one thing that you've done to move the present goal that you have, whether that's a really clear academic goal, whether that's more of an embodied goal, maybe it's about rest or well-being. But what is one thing that you've done to move that forward that didn't necessarily fit into traditional markers around productivity, right? So it might not be, for example, it wasn't necessarily I wrote 500 words, but it could have been something more nuanced like that. For example, for me, fear of the blank page was so huge. So one of my first goals, and I do this a lot when working with folks who have a similar challenge in PhD done, it'd be like, no, did you sit at that desk for 25 minutes and stay there? Right? Like, did you stay there? Did you stay on the screen? Did you not go and check your phone, or right? Did you not surrender that discomfort to another task? Did you just stay present? So I just want you to take a moment to think about what are maybe some more nuanced ways. Kaylin, do you want to voice that out?
I'm too tall for this. So my advisor specifically told me when I started writing my dissertation and I went ABD that they would not read a draft unless it was complete. They didn't want to meet with me. They didn't want to see it. It wasn't worth reading. It wasn't worth interacting with unless it was done. And that has stalled me so many times. So I'm like, well, I don't feel like I have a complete thought, and it doesn't feel like the draft is fully ready. And so it gets me into this bit of a spiral. And I just decided with chapter 4, I was like, screw it. Like, I'm just going to set a deadline. I'm going to send it to them, even if it's not done. And if they read it, great. If they don't, it's whatever. Like, it's not like that. I need this. I need the deadlines. I need to have to send something for my process. And if they read it or not, that's up to them. But ultimately, I need this for my process. And so I'm going to redefine what the submission, structure is going to look like. And so what?
Did they read it?
And he did read it.
Period. And he did read it. I love that. Maybe one more person in the room. Would you like to share? Just an invitation.
Brittany.
Brittany.
It is really close. When I was writing my thesis, what I found really well, so preface also by saying I've been leaning more into like sharing my work and speaking it out loud and all of that, and I'm getting better. This has helped.
You did great today.
Thank you. And I used to sit my roommates down, buy about like 3 bottles of wine and read to them and just like drink the bottle of wine. I don't really need concrete like academic feedback, but I just needed to say it out loud. So I was like, you don't need to have thoughts, just drink the wine, hear me out. If you have a thought, I'll take it. But that really kind of, again, they just voicing the thing out loud, and if it sounded completely off base, and like they would say something, but just that. So wine.
I love that. But also like you're speaking to like the power of being witness, right? Like just sometimes just allowing yourself to be witnessed, especially by folks with compassionate eyes and hearts for you. And then I'm thinking about what Kaylin shared about how sometimes we can even push the boundaries, right? With our chairs, with our supervisors, by simply honoring ourselves, and we can test that boundary and get data, right? The data she got was, oh, he met me. Like he met me in this moment. And so I'm sure that was so confident. Like you got a lot of confidence from that. So well done. We'll go to the next pressure, the final one we want to share.
Okay, this is our last pressure that we're going to think through. And again, I'd love to then open up the room like for all this conversation. So Lainey, I see you. I can't wait to hear from you in just a short beat. So this pressure, I should know where this is all going. This is a really big one for me, especially. This like idea of uncertainty can often like stop us in our tracks, right? We think we have to have it all figured out before we know where to go. But to loop back to that beautiful comment, that bit of advice that came from the room about like really seeing this as like a wonderful, beautiful book, like a journey, like a quest, a hero's narrative that we're on with our research experiences. We don't have to like know what happens on the last page to enjoy each chapter and each moment, right? Like this is part of the process. In fact, I think that like sense of uncertainty and curiosity that like drives, it's a really galvanizing force. It makes us want to turn the page. It makes us want to stay up till like silly o'clock in the morning to keep on reading, right? It's what pushes us forward. And that is powerful, I think. So curiosity, uncertainty, not knowing what's going to happen. This is discombobulating, yes, but it's also like a beautiful part of the process. It means that you're engaging actively with what you're doing. It doesn't mean you're failing. You don't have to have everything figured out in order to be making amazing progress. We know that progress also takes lots of different forms. Sometimes like progress feels like a reorientation, right? Or it might like involve taking a step back or a step to the side. Progress shows up in lots and lots of ways, just like all those beautiful chapters in the book. I'd love to think through this idea of curiosity and like these next steps. Like, what's the next thing we want to read? What's the next paragraph in that beautiful book that we're all writing for ourselves? What's one thing that you're curious about right now in your research or in your research lives? And what is one thing, one like small step, small as possible, that you can take this week, this new week coming, to engage with and support and care for that sense of curiosity? And sound it out in the chat. Lainey, I'd love to hear from you. And then if anyone wants to come and speak from the room in Oxford again, I would just love to hear that. Lainey, can I hand over to you?
Sure, and this kind of encompasses all of what you guys, all of these questions. And it's not an original thing. It's something that when we did the writing retreat in March, Kaylin was like, hey, I need to work this out. And then I got up and marked it out on Blackboard. So I bought a whiteboard over here. And then over here is like just index cards on a corkboard. And I literally will write a mass of insanity over there. And I will Snapchat my friend who has no idea about any of this, but she'll ask questions or tell me what she doesn't understand and tell me what she does understand and give me her feedback. And it helps me work out my thoughts and it helps me understand that like I can explain it to just anyone and it doesn't have to be someone in academia who's going to overcomplicate it and I'm then going to overcomplicate it even more in that conversation with them. So that's been a huge one for me. So thank you, Kaylin, for giving that gift to me because it's been so good to work out my thoughts and understand what I want to do. And then I put everything from the whiteboard onto index cards so I can pull from them and actually make an outline out of it. So that's been my big one. And as far as where it's going, I have no idea. I start a book, then to an article, then back to a book, then to I'm just trying to get all my thoughts out. And whatever that turns into, it turns into. Because as an independent researcher, I don't have to submit anything to anyone. I can just be the crazy person on the street corner yelling about this stuff. So I'm trying to give myself that freedom to just go, regardless of what it turns into, you know? And I think that's probably been the most freeing part of this whole process for me.
That's so beautiful, Lainey. I love the way you've just sounded that out. I think that's so powerful. So just like sharing research, asking for that like kind collaboration and that feedback. This is beautiful. You got some love in the chat. This is wonderful. I'm hearing all these incredible intentions like in the chat. Just starting, Marie. The whiteboard, the mind mapping. Amber, you know what a fan I am of mind mapping. So this makes me incredibly, incredibly happy. Katie, you've rearranged your reading list. This is amazing. Nikki, I love this. Yes, shout from the rooftops. This is wonderful. Folks, I don't know whether there's anyone in the room in Oxford that wants to just come up and sound anything else out. I would love to hear what is one thing you're curious about and how are we going to support that curiosity.
Okay. So I guess one of the things that I am curious about is actually my own curiosity.
Because when I sit down to focus on a particular piece of writing, say that maybe has a deadline, my brain will pull in other directions. If I'm working on something that's like, based in the law, based on history, I'll, be distracted by a poetry book that I have on my coffee table. I'm like, I haven't read that yet. And so one of the things that I, most of the time I tend to tell myself, look, stay focused. That's not part of the reading that you need for this piece of writing. But what I've come to find out, and the one step that I take to engage with that sense of curiosity, is to try and figure out why I am being pulled to a particular fiction novel, documentary, poem, or anything else that's not on my reading list for that particular writing project. And what I have come to find is that in the nature of being an interdisciplinary scholar, that oftentimes there is, sometimes when you read something, it'll clearly and explicitly go, oh, this reminds me of that other thing, and you can connect the research. But sometimes it's so deep in you that it's not on the surface, but when you pick up what you are being pulled toward, and you start reading, you're like, there's the connection. So giving myself a moment to consider why I am, being pulled to something, maybe read a couple of pages. And if it's just, I want a break or I am really just distracted, recognizing that. But more often than not, I find a way to bring it back to something with the work that I'm actually doing.
Laura, I adore this. I think this is also like such a nice reminder for us. We can be like reflective about our interests. We can respond actively to where our brain wants to go, our bodies want to go. There's something magic about the work we do. I really do believe that. Like there's such a value, there's such a magic, there's something incredible that happens when we engage with our research and our learning, right? We're all here in this room because we have a love for learning and we believe in the power of that. And I think leaning into and like reflecting on the actual processes that structure that magic and that kind of that bring us that sense of curiosity in kind of like a very like self-conscious way. I think this is a really productive way to really think about what we do and also where we want to go. Laura, I love that. Thank you. I'm gonna borrow that, and I'm gonna try to practice that next week as well. Thank you. Oh, folks, I'm going to move us to the next slide now for a little bit more conversation and reflection. We're coming to the end of the session now. So had some beautiful conversations and reflections already throughout this entire session, but we just also wanted to like open up the space for even more discussion, even more conversation. Kalia and I think all of us here really feel that it's through knowledge sharing and through being really generous with like our wisdom, our experiences, and also like being happy to open space to witness, to celebrate, and to support in solidarity, like all of the varied experiences that we're all going through. I think that's like what makes this possible, what makes us be able to debunk and challenge these myths and to make an academia and a research and a love for learning that feels possible and exciting and supportive. So here's what we're going to do. I'd love you, if you're in the room in Oxford, we can turn to one another now and we can think through anything that came up for us in our session. What are we carrying that feels heavy? What can we set down? Has anything shifted as a result of this session or as a result of the symposium more broadly? What is the future that you would like to build for your research, for your version of academia, wherever you are in it, outside of and in resistance to these myths of perfection? And what are some small steps we can make to make this a reality? If you're joining us virtually, I'd love to hear in the chat, or if anyone wants to take themselves off mute, we would love to hear from as many voices as possible. Maybe we can pen our thoughts down in the chat and we can support that beautiful conversation going on in the room in Oxford. Claudia, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, there's this student in the ballet world who says she's advocating for more health and inclusivity in the ballet world, but she says we are human beings, not human dancing for dancers. So I wanted to kind of reshift that phrase, kind of steal that, and say we're human beings, not human scholars or schooling. I don't know if that's the correct verb, but I'm trying to also transfer those ideas from ballet to scholarship, because they're very similar. And I think we're not human scholars. We're human beings first. And I think that's something I have taken from Symposium, this session with you two wonderful people, and everybody in the room.
Claudia, you're making me emotional. I love this. I also love like that interdisciplinary kind of like conversation that happens. I love seeing you bring that incredible thought work from dance to academia. It's all one and the same, and it's all so valuable. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing. So appreciated. Jazz, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I was thinking about the fact that for me, I work a full-time job and I also have another business and a nonprofit organization that is related to my research. So I know that like it's interesting because like it's easy to think that we're the only ones doing something or going through something. And I think for me, what has helped or what was a small step for me was the fact that I'm an early riser. Some people are night owls, but I am like, you know what? I'm going to find my deep work sessions wherever I can because it can be distracting when you're like, okay, I'm at work. And then there's a lot of downtime here and there. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm going to work on something. Phone rings. Somebody asks you a question. So I think for a lot of us, and I've noticed that a lot of us have other jobs and things like that. So I think it's just really interesting being able to know that like that there's just ways of where we just have to be creative to find where our work sessions are.
I love that. 100%. Again, couldn't agree more, and just very, very grateful for you sharing that. Thank you. I'm aware of everyone's time, and Kate and Kaylin do speak now and yell if we do need to keep to time and to close things down. But I would love just to hear maybe from a few voices in the room in Oxford, if anyone's happy to share what came out of those beautiful conversations I could see taking place just now in the room. What are we carrying? What can we set down? Where would we like to go? What's the future we want to build?
Cassia. Okay, no, I was telling Joe and Laura that like it just inspires so much because I sometimes set the standard so high that I think I'm not gonna be able to produce anything meaningful. It's gonna be crap. Nobody's gonna ever read it. I'm not gonna finish the masters and whatnot. And like coming here and listening to all this absolutely amazing, really, really inspiring research, and I'm like, well, maybe it can also do something that's great or good, at least, interesting. And this gives a lot of hope. Thank you.
I feel the exact same way. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it's a very hopeful space, I think, we're carving for ourselves. It gives me endless hope each and every day. We're getting to work with Accepted, getting to work with Kalia, getting to work with Kate and Kaylin, and Katie and Claudia and Amber, and everyone that's a part of Accepted and PH Done more broadly. Thank you. I'm so happy that it's instilled the same sense of hope that I have in you. Thank you so much for sharing. Kalia, are we happy to take things to the next slide? Is that all right? Wonderful. So if I could gently ask, Kaylin, would you mind hopping us over to our next slide? What we're going to do just now is I would love just to take just a minute here, just not much more, just to sound out some of the incredible like things that happen within the PH Done community. This session, Kalia and I have made it like out of the ethos that propels PH Done. And it's really built through our experiences working with and supporting our incredible PH Done members. So a huge thank you to the PH Done community, to the PH Done members. This session would literally not be made without the incredible wisdom and the incredible like sense of hope that you give Kalia and I every single day we get to work with you. For those of us that aren't familiar with PH Done, it's a membership within Accepted Society. It's a small community. We're about kind of 30 or so strong, and it's a community with dedicated so it's 4 PhD students, and Kalia and I, as the PhD coaches, offer a level of support that manifests in dedicated write-ins, kind of coaching, one-on-one coaching, but more so it's the incredible support of the fantastic members and the community. We're always working to support researchers craft a practice that is sustainable and sustaining, that really values the human in all of this, so our humanity, our dignity, and our well-being. So that's the ethos that makes PH Done what it is. And so yes, here's a little look at what PH Done offers. So weekly write-ins, monthly community connection calls, one-on-one office hours, and a community for folks who really understand what we're all going through with the PhD experience. Kalia and I started PH Done back in January 2025, and it's been nothing short of extraordinary to see what it's turned into. And it's such a hopeful, such a beautiful space to see like the future of academia that we're all building together, again, just to underline this, where we don't have to sacrifice our well-being to do good research. We have a number of amazing PhD members in the room in Oxford, as well as joining online, so they're just phenomenal. And to go over and talk to them if you would like to hear a little bit more about their experiences being in this program. It's such a special place. And throughout this work and this ethos and this support, we've had 4 members graduate so far. I think we have a little celebration slide to go to. Kaylin, thank you. Out of this amazing community, these 4 incredible doctors have emerged out of this program. With the support of this program. And we just want to take a moment actually to celebrate one member. We're celebrating everyone in this space, but we just wanted to shout out Dr. Joangeli in particular, who's in the room and who graduated earlier this year. Kalia, would you like to speak to, Kalia was Joangeli's PhD Done coach. I wonder whether it's, would you like to say a few words, Kalia?
I would. You all, most of you already know the brilliance that is Dr. Joangeli. I got to meet Joangeli a few years ago when I was part of the Accepted community, and I was part of the team hosting study sessions, really struggling, if I'm being honest, to find my own way to complete my dissertation. And Joangeli was earlier in her program at that time, and she would show up and in between her counseling sessions, as you all know, she's an incredible clinician herself. And I just kept thinking, like, who is this powerful, powerful woman? Little did I know that I would finish my PhD not too long afterwards. And Pauline and I would start PhD Done, and Joangeli would be one of our founding members. She is a powerful person. What I like to say about Joangeli is that it's not just about what she does, but it's about how she does it. And so we got to witness her and accompany her, complete her doctorate in community, for community. And it was a true, true joy. She embodies everything that PH Done is. And so it felt fit to be able to share about PH Done, and in particular this year, in a way that we could also highlight her. So yeah, just a little thing that we've prepared.
I'm very sorry. I think the slides messed up because I couldn't play the sound.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. But we'll share it with Joangeli later. But we had just a little bit of a video where you could see her and her amazing completion. And also it's such a joy that she's.
Oh no. Is the internet?
Oh no.
Are you saying something?
No, the internet just like decided to jump.
Okay.
Okay. Leah, I'm gonna go ahead and move you to the next slide.
moving to the next slide. But congratulations, Joanna Julie, and all of our amazing PA students. Thank you all so much. You are welcome to connect with us. This is the conversation we have every single day in PH Done through a one-on-one, as well as our community events. And it's been a joy. Our session was incredible.
Thank you so much for the incredible conversations that have started as part of this symposium and this session. It's just been an absolute joy. Thank you.
Yay. Thank you, guys. Okay. That. All right. It behooves me to not close out today's session without a massive thank you to the community for being here to support us in person, here in Oxford, online, on the YouTube live stream, to our team for being in the chat and leading sessions, for engaging with all of you, but most especially to the woman behind the scenes who doesn't get nearly enough recognition, my best friend, business partner, absolute love of my life, Kate.
I so laughed if you were going to say Henry.
I can have many mods of my life. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Moo above all. And some of the things that we want you to kind of walk away with from this weekend, for those American history buffs will know the reference of this quote. It is not just what your community can do for you, but what you can do for your community. Good old JFK ripoff. Yeah. We've learned today through Christy's talk and all of the myriad of ways that we've connected this weekend, just how important it is to show up for your community and to let your community show up for you. Accepted. It's hard to describe when somebody asks, because to describe a community is somewhat intangible. It's what Christy described as friendship, accountability, support. It's a space where you feel genuine belonging. When I've asked members in the past what community means to them, belonging is the word that comes up the most. But in order to belong, you also have to put yourself forward into the community, to make yourself visible, to share your experiences. This weekend, we've talked about a massive shift in the way that we're envisioning the future of Accepted. We're thinking about developing an intellectual community for lifelong learning that goes beyond universities. It's sometimes easy to fall to the wayside, to remain silent, to hide. It can also be a bit daunting when you see others sharing their wins in the community or representing a certain type of experience that may not relate to the things that you're experiencing. I want you to take this as a call to action. I want you to take this as a call into community to share with us what it is you're experiencing, good, bad, ugly. It's why we created the spaces that we did in Circle. Share the Load is not just the name of a space. It is an actual act in being able to step forward, share what it is that you are experiencing, whether it relates to your research or not, because they all are connected. And share with us, share the load, allow us to be there for you. Because if you don't step forward, if you don't say that you need help or that you need somebody to see you, then we don't know how to help you. We've also talked a lot about the future of scholarship, our identities as scholars. And Kate's talk yesterday reminded us that by choosing scholarship, we are embracing the radical possibilities that the future holds. And we are doing it as a community. You are not stepping out on your own. When I call to you to have those difficult conversations, to share your knowledge, to share your process, I'm not asking you to do it alone. I'm asking all of us to take the charge, to step forward and to make a change. And lastly, adaptability is our strength. Academia is changing, but so can we. Thank you so much for an incredible weekend. And for those of you that have yet to join our community, we only do this once a year, but we have a promo so that way you can join for the first 2 months at 50% off. Or sorry, the text is technically incorrect. So it's 2 months at 50% off. And this is an opportunity for you to step into the community, to give it a go, to join a session, to share what it is that you're going through, and let us show up for you. We'll see you next year. We'll see you next year in Dublin. All right. And that, my friends, is a wrap.